What if Harry Potter was taken by Anos Voldigoad after Dumbledore failed? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was taken by Anos Voldigoad after Dumbledore failed? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Doorstep. The baby wouldn't stop crying. Petunia Dursley stood in her doorway at 4 in the morning, arms crossed, staring down at the basket like it contained a live grenade. Which, in a way, it did. The letter tucked into the blankets explained everything in that insufferably calm handwriting she recognized from years ago. Her sister was dead, the baby needed protection, blood wards would keep him safe if she accepted him into her home. If Vernon, she called over her shoulder, not taking her eyes off the infant. Vernon, come here. Her husband appeared in his bathrobe, mustache bristling with irritation at being woken. He took one look at the basket, read the first paragraph of the letter, and his face went purple. Absolutely not. The letter says, I don't care what the letter says. Vernon's voice dropped to a hiss, like he was afraid the neighbors might somehow hear through brick walls at this hour. We agreed, Petunia. When you married me, we agreed. None of that nonsense in our home. Not ever. Petunia looked at the baby. Harry, the letter said. Her nephew. Lily's son. The boy had her sister's eyes. She could see that even in the dim porch light, green as summer leaves, wet with tears, he was too young to understand. Something twisted in her chest. He's just a baby, she heard herself say. He's one of them. Vernon picked up the basket and shoved it back onto the doorstep, outside the threshold. And he's not coming into this house. Not now, not ever. I won't have Dudley exposed to freakishness. The door slammed shut. Petunia pressed her hand against it, listening to the muffled crying from the other side. She thought about her sister, brilliant, beautiful Lily, who'd gotten the magic and the adventure and the love story while Petunia got, normal. Safe. Ordinary. She'd hated Lily for years. Hated her for being special when Petunia wasn't. Hated her for leaving, for choosing that world over her family, for dying and dumping her orphan on Petunia's doorstep like she was supposed to just accept it. The crying grew louder. Petunia turned away and walked upstairs to check on Dudley. Albus Dumbledore felt the wards failed. He was sitting in his office at Hogwarts, monitoring the delicate magical threads he'd woven around number 4 Privet Drive, when they simply dissolved. One moment, the protections were settling into place, anchoring themselves in blood and sacrifice and a mother's love. The next, nothing. A void where safety should have been. His hand trembled as he reached for his wand. No, he whispered. No, 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 he operated without thinking, breaking a dozen of his own rules about proper procedure and notification. The crack of his arrival echoed down the empty street like a gunshot. He was running before his feet fully materialized, robes billowing, and there, the basket sat on the doorstep. Alone. The baby inside had stopped crying, which was somehow worse. Harry Potter lay silent in his blankets, green eyes open, staring up at the sky with an expression no infant should be capable of making, like he was waiting. Dumbledore scooped him up, cradling the child against his chest, and pounded on the door. Mrs. Dursley. Mrs. Dursley, please, the wards, you must take him inside, just for a moment, the protection requires. A light turned on upstairs. A curtain twitched. Then the light turned off again. No one answered. Dumbledore stood there for a long moment, the most powerful wizard in Britain, completely helpless. The blood wards required acceptance. Willing acceptance. Without it, the magic meant to protect Harry from Voldemort's followers, from anyone who might wish him harm, was worthless. He had no backup plan. Minerva had warned him. She'd spent all day watching these people, told him they were the worst sort of muggles, begged him to consider alternatives. He dismissed her concerns with platitudes about blood and family and the power of love. He'd been so certain. I'll find another way, he told the baby in his arms, voice cracking. There must be. The air split open. Dumbledore spun, wand raised, but what he saw made no sense. A tear in reality itself, hanging 6 feet off the ground, edges crackling with energy that wasn't magic, not any magic he recognized. It was darker, denser, somehow older. The kind of power that predated wands and incantations and everything he thought he knew about the nature of the universe. A man stepped through. No, not a man. Something wearing the shape of a man. Tall, dark-haired, with eyes the color of fresh blood. He was dressed in black, and his presence hit Dumbledore like a physical weight, pressing down on his shoulders, making his knees want to buckle. Every instinct Dumbledore had developed over a century of life screamed at him to run. He didn't. Interesting, the figure said, looking around at the suburban street with mild curiosity. This is where that energy signature originated. How disappointing. I expected something more dramatic. His gaze landed on Dumbledore. Then dropped to the baby. Ah. A smile curved his lips, not cruel, exactly, but certainly not kind. There it is. Stay back. Dumbledore's wand hand was steady despite the terror clawing at his chest. I don't know what you are, but this child is under my protection. Is he? The stranger tilted his head. Strange. It doesn't look like protection from where I'm standing. It looks like you're standing in the cold with a baby, and no one will let you in. The wards failed. Yes, I noticed. Quite spectacularly, too. The magical backlash is what drew me here. He took a step closer, and Dumbledore raised his wand higher. The stranger seemed amused by this. You could try to curse me, old man. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could try. Who are you? Aenas Voldigoad. He said it like it should mean something. When Dumbledore's expression remained blank, his smile widened. No. Nothing. I suppose that makes sense. Your world is very small. My world, your dimension, if you prefer. Your little pocket of reality where humans play with sticks and call it magic. Aenas waved a dismissive hand. I am the demon king of tyranny. I ruled my realm for 2,000 years, died, reincarnated, and took it back. I've killed gods. I've rewritten the laws of creation. And right now, I'm curious about that child. Dumbledore's mind raced. Demon King. Other dimensions. This couldn't be real. This had to be some kind of trick, some new Death Eater scheme, the fragment, Aenas said suddenly, eyes sharpening. There's a piece of foreign magic lodged in that boy's soul. Recent. Violent. Someone tried to kill him and failed, and the backlash embedded a fragment of the attacker's essence in the wound. Dumbledore's blood went cold. He hadn't told anyone about the Horcrux. He'd barely confirmed it himself, spending the last few hours running diagnostic spells while the baby slept in Hagrid's sidecar. The scar on Harry's forehead wasn't just a scar, it was a container. A prison. A piece of Voldemort's shattered soul, accidentally created in the moment his killing curse rebounded, and this stranger had seen it in seconds. How do you? I told you. I've killed gods. Aenas crouched down, putting himself at eye level with the baby in Dumbledore's arms. Harry stared back at him, silent, unafraid. Hello, little one. You've had quite a night, haven't you? Lost your parents, survived an unsurvivable curse, got rejected by your own family. And now this old man is going to drag you off to some other hiding place where you'll spend your childhood looking over your shoulder. I will keep him safe, Dumbledore said tightly. You'll try. And you'll fail. Aenas stood, and his presence seemed to expand, filling the entire street. I've seen your type before, the chess master, the man with the plan, the one who moves pieces around a board and calls it strategy. You failed tonight because you didn't account for human selfishness. You'll fail again because you don't understand that protection isn't about wards and spells. It's about power. The power to destroy anyone who threatens what's yours. That is a rather dark philosophy. It's the only philosophy that works. Anos held out his hands. Give me the child. Absolutely not. That wasn't a request. Dumbledore cast without warning, the most powerful stunning spell he could manage, backed by a century of magical knowledge and the raw desperation of a man watching all his plans crumble. The red light shot toward Anos fast enough to be almost invisible. Anos caught it, just caught it. Plucked it out of the air like a man grabbing a thrown ball, held the condensed magical energy in his palm, examined it briefly, and crushed it. Sparks of red dissipated between his fingers. As I said. Sticks and tricks. He stepped forward, and Dumbledore found himself unable to move, not paralyzed, exactly, but outmatched so thoroughly that his body refused to even try. I'm going to take this child. I'm going to raise him in my world, among my people, where he'll learn what real magic looks like. And when he's grown, when he's strong enough, I'll tell him about this night. About you. About the family that threw him away and the old man who couldn't save him. Please. The word came out broken. He's all that's left of what? Your plans. Your prophecy. Your carefully constructed narrative where he grows up humble and grateful and ready to sacrifice himself for a world that abandoned him. Anos's eyes flashed. I've read 1,000 fates like his. The chosen one. The boy who lived. The weapon forged in tragedy and aimed at your enemies. I won't let you do that to him. I was trying to give him a family, you were trying to give him a cage. Anos reached out and, impossibly gently, took Harry from Dumbledore's unresisting arms. The baby made a small sound, not distress, more like recognition. Like he knew, somehow, that this stranger meant him no harm. I'll give him something better. What? A choice. Anos turned back toward the rift, which still hung in the air, edges shimmering. Someday, he'll learn about his birth world. About you, and the Dark Lord who killed his parents, and the prophecy that marked him before he could walk. And when that day comes, he'll decide for himself what to do about it. Not because you manipulated him into it. Not because he feels obligated. Because he chose. Dumbledore found his voice. And if he chooses to come back. Anos paused at the edge of the rift. Over his shoulder, his red eyes met Dumbledore's blue ones. Then I'll bring him myself. And heaven help anyone who stands in his way. He stepped through, the rift closed. Albus Dumbledore stood alone on Privet Drive, staring at the place where Harry Potter had vanished from his world, and felt something he hadn't experienced in decades, complete and utter despair. The demon realm was not what anyone would expect. It had the expected elements, dark skies, twisted architecture, creatures that would send most humans screaming. But it also had schools, and markets, and families. Demons walked the streets of Dullhade arguing about politics and complaining about their jobs and falling in love just like anyone else. They just happened to have horns sometimes. Or wings. Or the ability to level mountains with a thought. Anos Voldigoad's castle sat at the heart of the capital, a sprawling structure of black stone that somehow managed to look both ancient and eternal. He strode through its halls with the baby cradled in one arm, ignoring the servants who scrambled out of his way and the guards who snapped to attention. Misha, he called. Sasha. Come here. Two girls appeared, twins, silver-haired and violet-eyed, maybe 14 years old in human terms. They took one look at the bundle in his arms and their expressions shifted from curiosity to confusion to something soft and surprised. Demon King Anos, Misha said carefully, is that a human baby? Yes. Where did you get a human baby? I found him on a doorstep. Anos held Harry out toward them. His name is Harry. His parents were murdered, his relatives rejected him, and the old man charged with his protection failed spectacularly. I've decided to adopt him. The twins exchanged a look. Just like that? Sasha asked. Just like that. Do you know anything about raising human children? Anos considered this. No. But I assume it's similar to raising demon children, only easier since he can't accidentally destroy a city if he has a tantrum. That's not how human babies work. Then I'll learn. He deposited Harry into Misha's arms, watching as she instinctively adjusted her hold to support his head. He has a fragment of dark magic lodged in his soul, a piece of the man who killed his parents. I could remove it, but I think it would be more interesting to let him grow strong enough to destroy it himself. You want a human baby to grow strong enough to destroy a soul fragment. I want him to have the opportunity. Whether he takes it is his choice. Anas smiled, and for once, it reached his eyes. Besides, I've been bored lately. This should be entertaining. Sasha pinched the bridge of her nose. You adopted a human orphan because you were bored. And because he has potential. That scar on his forehead, it's a mark of survival. He was hit with a curse designed to destroy souls, and he lived. Not just lived, but reflected it back on his attacker. An infant, with no training, no knowledge, no power of his own, and he still won. Anas reached out to brush a finger over the lightning bolt mark. I want to see what he becomes when he actually knows how to fight. Harry grabbed his finger and held on, the demon king of tyranny, destroyer of gods, conqueror of death itself, stood very still and let a human baby grip his hand with tiny, fragile fingers. Something flickered across his ancient face, surprise, maybe, or something deeper. Well, he said quietly. That's decided, then. What's decided? Misha asked. He's mine now. Anyone who tries to take him from me will learn why the demons of this realm still tell stories about my cruelty. The softness vanished, replaced by something cold and absolute. Make up a room for him. Somewhere warm. And find someone who knows how to make human baby food. I assume they don't eat raw meat yet. They definitely don't eat raw meat. See? You already know more than I do. You'll be excellent caretakers. Anas swept toward the door, then paused. Oh, and tell the Royal Council I'll be unavailable for the next decade or so. I'm going to be busy. Busy doing what? Sasha called after him. Being a father. The door closed behind him. Misha and Sasha looked down at the baby in their arms. Harry looked back up at them, green eyes wide and curious, completely unaware that his entire existence had just been rewritten. Well, Misha said softly, rocking him gently. Welcome to the demon realm, Harry. I hope you like chaos, because that's basically all we have here. Harry made a burbling sound that might have been agreement. Sasha sighed. This is going to be a disaster. It wasn't. 15 years passed, they passed differently in the demon realm, slower in some ways, faster in others. Time moved strangely when you lived among immortals, when your adopted father had literally died and come back and considered it a minor inconvenience, when your classmates could demolish buildings and your homework involved spells that humans hadn't discovered in millennia of magical research. Harry Potter Voldigoad grew up. He grew up tall, lean, with his mother's green eyes and his father's perpetual mess of black hair. The lightning scar on his forehead never faded. Anas said it was because the soul fragment was still active, still trying to establish a connection with its creator, and Harry had learned to use that. He could feel Voldemort sometimes, like a radio station he couldn't quite tune out. Emotions that weren't his. Flashes of cold fury and obsessive fear and something that might have been loneliness, if monsters could be lonely. He'd asked Anas once if he should be worried about it. Anas had laughed. Worried? He should be worried about you. Every time he reaches through that connection, he gives you more information. Every time he touches your mind, you learn something new about how he thinks. You're not his victim, Harry. You're his surveillance system. That had been a turning point. Harry stopped fearing the connection and started exploiting it. He practiced closing his mind, opening it, controlling exactly how much Voldemort could see. Sometimes he sent images back, flashes of the demon realm, of his training, of his father's castle. Just to remind the Dark Lord that the boy he tried to kill was still out there. Still growing. Still waiting. That he'd gotten very good at psychological warfare. Harry. He looked up from his breakfast, some kind of demon fruit that tasted like strawberries and lightning, to see Misha hurrying toward him across the dining hall. She'd grown up too, silver hair longer now, violet eyes bright with an emotion he couldn't quite identify. She was beautiful, and kind, and one of his closest friends, and sometimes when she smiled at him, he felt things he didn't entirely know how to process. Demon realm. Great for combat training. Not so great for learning how to handle teenage emotions. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Something came for you. She held out a letter, old parchment, green ink, sealed with a wax crest he didn't recognize. It just appeared in the main hall. Bypassed all our wards. Father Anos examined it and said it's not dangerous, but he was laughing when he handed it to me, so I'm slightly concerned. Harry took the letter, frowning at the address written on the front. Demar. H. Potter, the third bedroom on the left. Anos Voldigoad's castle, the demon realm. That's creepily specific. There's a whole system apparently. Some kind of magical tracking spell that always knows where you are. It's impressive, actually. I didn't think human magic could reach across dimensions. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. His eyebrows rose as he read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress P.S. Mr. Potter, I am aware that your circumstances are unusual. I have spent 15 years trying to locate you, and this letter represents my continued hope that you might return to the world of your birth. I failed you once. I would very much like the opportunity to make amends. A.D. Harry read the postscript 3 times. Harry. Misha leaned closer, concern flickering across her features. What does it say? It's an invitation. To a school in the human world. He handed her the letter, watching her eyes scan the text. The headmaster is the man who was there the night Anos found me. The one who was supposed to protect me. The one who failed. Yeah. Harry leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. He wants me to come back. Do you want to go? That was the question, wasn't it? He'd grown up hearing stories about his birth world, from Anos, from the occasional human text that made its way to the demon realm, from the fragments of memory the Horcrux sometimes transmitted. He knew about Voldemort. He knew about the war that had killed his parents. He knew about the prophecy that supposedly linked him to the Dark Lord, even if Anos considered prophecies to be suggestions that reality was too lazy to ignore. He'd always assumed he'd go back eventually. That someday, he'd have to deal with the monster who murdered his family and the world that had abandoned him. He just hadn't expected an invitation. I don't know, he admitted. Part of me wants to ignore it. Stay here, finish my training, live my life without caring about their problems. But there's a piece of that man's soul in my head. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, a habit he'd never broken, despite Anos telling him it made him look melodramatic. And he's still out there. Still killing people. Still trying to finish what he started. I can feel him sometimes, Misha. His anger. His fear. He's terrified of death, and he's willing to destroy everything to avoid it. So you want to stop him? I want to end him. The words came out harder than he intended. Not for revenge. Not because of some prophecy. Because he's a broken, dangerous thing, and leaving him alive means more people die. More families get destroyed. More kids grow up orphans. He met her eyes. I had Anos. I had you and Sasha and everyone here. Most people don't get that lucky. Misha was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand, her fingers cool against his, her grip gentle but firm. Then go, she said simply. Just like that. Just like that. Go to their school. Learn what they have to teach you, even if it's less than what you already know, there might be something useful. Find the man who killed your parents. And when you're done, come home. Home, Harry repeated. Here. With us. She smiled, and there it was again, that flutter in his chest, that warmth he didn't quite understand. This is your home, Harry. It always will be. Wherever you go, whatever you do, you can always come back. He squeezed her hand. You make it sound easy. It is easy. The hard part is everything else. Footsteps echoed behind them, and Enos swept into the dining hall with his characteristic lack of regard for normal entrances. He was grinning, the sharp, slightly predatory grin that meant he found something genuinely amusing. I see you got the letter. You knew it was coming. I suspected. That old man has been sending search spells into the dimensional void for 15 years. I've been blocking them, mostly because I enjoyed imagining his frustration. Enos dropped into a chair across from Harry, propping his feet on the table. But I let this one through. You're old enough now to make your own choices. And if I choose to stay, then you stay, and I'll keep blocking his letters until he gives up or dies of old age. Enos shrugged. But you won't choose that. You're too curious, too restless, too much like me. You want to see the world you came from. You want to test yourself against their challenges. And most importantly, you want to look Albus Dumbledore in the eye and make him explain. Harry couldn't deny it. What was he like, he asked. That night? Desperate. Terrified. Completely out of his depth. Enos's smile faded into something more thoughtful. He loved you, in his way. Or at least, he loved the idea of you, the symbol, the weapon, the chosen one who would defeat his enemy. Whether he loved the actual child. He trailed off, shaking his head. That's something you'll have to discover for yourself. Any advice? Don't trust him. Don't hate him either, hate makes you stupid, and you're not stupid. Just remember that he sees the world as a chessboard, and everyone on it as pieces to be moved. Including you. Especially you. And Voldemort? Enos laughed, a real laugh, deep and genuine. Voldemort is a child playing with fire and calling himself a dragon. He split his soul to avoid death, as if death was something that could be tricked. He calls himself a Dark Lord, but he's never faced anything truly dark. Never challenged anything that could actually destroy him. Until now. Until now. Enos reached across the table and gripped Harry's shoulder. You're my son. Not by blood, but by choice, mine and yours. You carry my name, my training, my philosophy. When you walk into that school, you won't be the boy who lived. You'll be the prince of demons. And if anyone forgets that, I'll remind them. Good. Enos stood, his presence filling the room like a physical force. I'll arrange transport. The demon realm doesn't connect directly to their world, but I know a few back doors. You'll arrive in their capital, London, I think it's called, with enough time to gather your supplies before term starts. I want Misha to come with me. The words were out before Harry fully processed them. Misha made a surprised sound, and Enos raised an eyebrow. Oh. Harry felt heat creeping up his neck. She's good at diplomacy. And research. And she understands human customs better than I do. If I'm going to navigate a world I don't remember, I need someone who can help me not accidentally start a war. Enos looked between them, his expression unreadable. Misha? What do you think? She hesitated, glancing at Harry. Whatever she saw in his face made her decision. I'd like to go. If that's all right. It's your choice. But remember, you'll be representing the demon realm in a world that fears what it doesn't understand. They may not react well to a demon walking among them. I can handle myself. I know you can. Anas smiled again, softer this time. Very well. The two of you will go to Hogwarts together. Learn what you can, cause whatever chaos feels appropriate, and try not to destroy too much property. The paperwork for dimensional reparations is incredibly tedious. He swept out of the room as dramatically as he'd entered. Harry and Misha sat in silence for a long moment. So, she said finally. We're going to wizard school. Apparently. In another dimension. Yes. Together. Harry met her eyes. Is that, okay? She smiled, that warm, genuine smile that always made him feel like everything might actually work out. It's more than okay. It's an adventure. It might be dangerous. Everything's dangerous. That's what makes it interesting. He couldn't argue with that. The next week was chaos. Anas insisted on a proper send-off, which meant half the demon realm showed up to watch Harry and Misha depart. The misfit class, their fellow students from Delsgate Academy, threw a party that lasted 3 days and involved at least 2 accidental building demolitions. Sasha gave Harry a long lecture about not getting killed and an even longer lecture about taking care of her sister, which Harry endured with as much patience as he could manage. His father gave him a gift. This, Anas said, pressing a ring into Harry's palm, is a communication device. If you need me, truly need me, not just want advice, channel your magic into it and I'll know. I can't promise to come immediately, but I'll come. You're not worried about me? I'm worried about everyone else. You're going to walk into their world and shake it to its foundations, Harry. Some of them won't handle it well. Some of them will try to hurt you, control you, use you. Anas's red eyes glittered. And when they do, I want you to remember something. What? You are my son. You don't bow. You don't beg. You don't break. And if anyone pushes you too far. He smiled, cold and sharp. You push back harder. Harry slipped the ring onto his finger. I won't let you down. You couldn't if you tried. The dimensional gate opened at dawn, a swirling vortex of darkness and light that made Harry's ears pop and his teeth ache. He stood at its edge with Misha at his side, a single bag slung over his shoulder, looking back at the only home he'd ever known. The castle rose behind him, black stone gleaming in the strange light of the demon realm. Sasha stood on the steps, arms crossed, trying to look annoyed and failing. The misfit class waved from the courtyard, shouting encouragement and threats and what might have been betting odds on how long it would take Harry to get expelled. Anas stood apart, watching. Their eyes met. Harry raised a hand. Not a wave, more of a salute. A acknowledgement. A promise. Anas nodded once, then Harry turned, took Misha's hand, and stepped through the gate. London hit him like a wall of noise and smell and chaos. The gate deposited them in an alley behind what looked like a pub, surrounded by brick walls and overflowing trash bins. Harry caught himself on the wall, head spinning from the dimensional shift, and took a moment to process the sheer density of everything. In the demon realm, cities had space. Here, the buildings pressed together like they were fighting for room, and the sounds of traffic and voices and distant music blended into a constant roar. You okay? Misha asked, looking slightly green herself. Fine. Just, adjusting. He straightened, tugging at his clothes, normal human clothes. Anas had insisted, nothing that would attract attention. A dark jacket, simple trousers, boots that hid the enchantments woven into their soles. He looked almost ordinary, almost. Where do we go first? Harry pulled out the supply list that had come with his Hogwarts letter. There's a place called Diagon Alley. It's supposed to be hidden, accessible only through. He read the instructions again. Through a pub called the Leaky Cauldron. That sounds made up. Most magic sounds made up until you see it. They found the pub easily enough. It sat wedged between 2 larger buildings, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. Muggles passed by without glancing at it, their eyes sliding away like water off glass. Some kind of perception filter, Harry guessed. Crude but effective. Inside was dark, smoky, filled with people in robes drinking from mugs and talking in low voices. Heads turned as Harry and Misha entered. He felt the weight of their stares, curiosity, mostly, with an edge of suspicion. Two young people they didn't recognize, dressed strangely, walking with the kind of confidence that didn't belong to nervous first years. "Can I help you?" The bartender was old, balding, with a wary look in his eyes. "We need to get to Diagon Alley." "First time?" "You could say that." The bartender studied him for a moment. Then his gaze dropped to Harry's forehead, and his eyes went wide. "Merlin's beard," he whispered. You can't be, the back entrance," Harry said quietly. "Please." The bartender's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. He looked like a man watching the dead rise, which Harry supposed wasn't far from the truth. The boy who lived, vanished for 15 years, suddenly appearing in his pub like nothing had happened. "It's, through there." He pointed to a door at the back, hand trembling. "The brick wall, you tap it, but surely you know that, you must, Harry Potter, in my pub, I never, should I call someone? The prophet, the ministry, Dumbledore, no." Harry held the man's gaze, letting a hint of Anos's presence bleed into his voice, that cold, absolute authority that demanded obedience. "You won't tell anyone you saw me?" "Not yet. Do you understand?" The bartender nodded jerkily. "Thank you. Come on, Misha." They moved through the pub and out the back door, leaving a room full of stunned silence behind them. The brick wall stood before them, ordinary and unremarkable, waiting for the right combination of taps. Misha looked at him sideways. That was intense. He was about to announce my presence to everyone with ears. I needed to buy us time. Still. That voice you used. She shivered slightly. Very Anos. That's the idea. He tapped the bricks in sequence, and the wall began to move, shifting, rearranging, opening into an archway that revealed a street beyond, Diagon Alley. Harry stepped through and stopped at it was everything and nothing he'd expected. A cobblestone street lined with shops selling robes and wands and cauldrons and broomsticks. Witches and wizards bustling past, carrying packages and chatting and living their ordinary magical lives. Owls hooting from perches. Signs advertising sales on dragon liver and unicorn hair. The smell of something sweet baking somewhere, mixing with the sharper scent of potions ingredients. It was wonderful. It was tiny. Is this it? Misha asked, echoing his thoughts. This is their main shopping district. Where they buy everything they need for a year at Hogwarts. Harry walked slowly, taking it in. The shops were cramped. The selection was limited. The magic felt thin. Present but shallow, like a puddle compared to the ocean he'd grown up swimming in. He'd known, intellectually, that human magic would be weaker. Anos had told him, had shown him examples, had made it very clear that what passed for advanced sorcery in this world was barely competent by demon standards, but knowing and seeing were different things. Harry. Misha touched his arm, her voice low. People are staring. They were. Shopkeepers had emerged from their stores, customers had frozen mid-conversation, everyone within sight had turned to look at the two strangers walking down the center of the alley. Some of them were already whispering, pointing, pulling out what looked like newspapers and comparing pictures. The scar, Harry realized. They recognized the scar. Should we, too late? He kept walking, head high, refusing to quicken his pace or show any sign of discomfort. If they want to stare, let them stare. We have shopping to do. The whispers followed them like a wave. He caught fragments. Harry Potter, back from the dead, where has he been? Dumbledore said, the prophet reported, you know who, the prophecy, impossible, and ignored all of it. Let them talk. Let them speculate. Let them build their theories and spread their rumors. When the truth came out, it would be so much more entertaining. Their first stop was the bank, a towering white building called Gringotts, run by goblins. Harry presented himself at the counter and watched the goblin teller's face go through an impressive range of expressions. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said finally, recovering his composure. "We've been trying to contact you for 15 years. I was unavailable. So we gathered." The goblin's eyes were sharp, calculating. "Your family vault has remained untouched in your absence. There are also several matters of inheritance that require your attention, as well as outstanding requests from various parties seeking access to your assets." "Denied." "The requests?" "All of them. Any request for access to my vaults from anyone other than myself is denied, permanently, without exception." Harry leaned forward slightly. "I trust that's clear." The goblin's lips twitched, something that might have been approval. Goblins respected directness, Anos had told him. They dealt with humans who tried to cheat them too often to appreciate anything less. "Perfectly clear, Mr. Potter. Shall I arrange a visit to your vault?" "Please." The cart ride down was exhilarating, faster than most magic, the goblin casually mentioned, designed to disorient anyone who might try to map the tunnels. Harry just grinned and enjoyed the rush, while Misha gripped her seat and looked slightly queasy. The Potter vault was substantial. Mountains of gold coins, piles of silver and bronze, shelves lined with objects that hummed with old enchantments. Harry took enough gold to cover his expenses and ignored the rest. Money was useful but unimportant. What mattered was what he could do with it. "There's another vault," the goblin mentioned as they returned to the surface. "One that became yours on your 17th birthday, by wizarding law. The Black Family Vault." "Black?" "Your godfather, Sirius Black, named you his heir before his death." Harry went very still. He knew that name. Anos had mentioned it once, a man who'd been accused of betraying Harry's parents, imprisoned without trial, escaped, died fighting Voldemort's followers. The truth was more complicated, apparently, involving a different traitor and a miscarriage of justice that had kept an innocent man in hell for over a decade. When did he die? 10 years ago. The Battle of the Department of Mysteries. There's a record, if you'd like to see it. Later. Harry's voice was steady, but something burned in his chest. Another person connected to him, dead because of Voldemort. Another debt to collect. For now, just the Potter vault. As you wish. They emerged from Gringotts into afternoon sunlight and the continuing stares of the gathered crowd. News had spread, apparently. The alley was more crowded now, people pressing against storefronts to get a glimpse of the boy who lived. "This is going to be a problem," Misha murmured. "This is going to be useful." Harry smiled, and it was his father's smile, sharp, confident, slightly dangerous. "They think they know who I am. They think they know what I want. Let them keep thinking that. Let them underestimate me. And when they realize their mistake, then they'll learn." He started walking again, and the crowd parted before him like water before a ship. He bought his supplies methodically, robes from Madame Malkin's, books from Flourish and Blots, potions, ingredients from the apothecary. Everything standard, everything ordinary, nothing that would hint at the truth of what he was or where he'd been. The wand shop came last. Ollivander's was cramped, dusty, filled with towering shelves of narrow boxes. The old man who ran it emerged from the shadows like a ghost, silver eyes gleaming in the dim light. "I wondered when I'd see you, Mr. Potter." His voice was soft, slightly eerie. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, you know. Your mother's, willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Good for charm work. Your father's, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. And Voldemort's?" Ollivander didn't flinch at the name, which Harry respected. "You, 13½ inches. Powerful and dangerous. It did great things, terrible, yes, but great. I need a wand." "You need a wand that chooses you. That's how it works, Mr. Potter. The wand chooses the wizard. Ollivander pulled a box from the shelf, opening it to reveal a slender piece of wood. Try this one, Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core. Harry took it, nothing happened. No warmth, no spark, no surge of connection. The wand sat in his hand like dead wood, completely unresponsive. Curious, Ollivander murmured. Very curious. That's the brother wand to the one that gave you that scar, you know. I would have expected, I've already got a focus. Harry handed the wand back. I just need a backup. Something functional. A backup? Mr. Potter, wandless magic is extraordinarily difficult, most wizards can barely manage. Harry snapped his fingers. A ball of flame burst into existence above his palm, not wizard fire, but demon fire, purple-black and cold enough to burn. It hung there for a moment, casting strange shadows across Ollivander's stunned face, then dissipated into smoke. Something functional, Harry repeated. Please. Ollivander stared at him for a very long time. What are you? He whispered. Harry Potter. He smiled. Raised somewhere else. The wand maker found him a wand eventually, oak, 13 inches, dragon heartstring, good for defensive magic, though Harry suspected that was a guess rather than a promise. He paid, thanked the old man, and left the shop with Misha trailing behind him. You shouldn't have done that, she said once they were outside. Shown him your power. I know. So why did you? Harry looked back at the shop, where Ollivander stood in the window, still watching him with those unsettling silver eyes. Because I'm tired of hiding. Because I want them to know that whatever they expected Harry Potter to be, they were wrong. He turned away, starting toward the exit. And because if Dumbledore is watching, and he's always watching, I want him to understand exactly what's coming to his school. Chaos. Reckoning. Misha laughed, a bright sound that cut through the tension. You really are your father's son. Which father? Both of them, I think. She took his hand again, her fingers threading through his. Come on, Prince of Demons. Let's go find somewhere to eat. I'm starving, and I want to try human food before we're trapped in a castle for a year. Harry let her pull him toward the leaky cauldron, leaving the whispers and stares behind. Tomorrow, they'd board a train to Hogwarts. Tomorrow, he'd meet Dumbledore face to face. Tomorrow, everything he'd been raised for would finally begin, but tonight, he was just a boy having dinner with a girl who made him smile. That was enough. The platform was hidden. Harry stood in King's Cross Station, staring at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, feeling the faint thrum of magic that marked it as a gateway. Muggles streamed past, oblivious, while the occasional witch or wizard slipped through the seemingly solid wall with practiced ease. Ready? Misha asked. No. He walked forward anyway. The barrier swallowed him like cold water, a moment of darkness and pressure, and then he was through, standing on a crowded platform with a scarlet steam engine waiting at the platform edge. A sign overhead read Platform 9 3/4. Subtle, Misha observed, appearing beside him. They're wizards. Subtlety isn't really their thing. The platform was chaos, parents hugging children, trunks being loaded onto the train, owls hooting in cages, everyone talking too loud and moving too fast. Harry drew his hood up and kept his head down, navigating through the crowd toward the back of the train. The fewer people who saw his face before arrival, the better. They found an empty compartment and settled in. Misha immediately claimed the window seat, pressing her face against the glass like a child at a carnival. Harry watched her with fond amusement, grateful for her presence, grateful that he didn't have to face this alone. Harry. He looked up. A boy stood in the compartment doorway, tall, red-haired, with a smattering of freckles and an expression of nervous determination. He was wearing robes already, slightly worn at the edges, and carrying a trunk that looked older than both of them. Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full. Harry glanced at Misha, who shrugged. Sure. The boy heaved his trunk onto the rack and dropped into the seat across from them. Thanks. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry. Ron's eyes went to his forehead, to the scar visible beneath the edge of his hood, and widened. Bloody hell, yes. But you've been, everyone said you were, where have you been? Somewhere else. Ron waited for more. When nothing came, he glanced at Misha with an expression of confused appeal, like he was hoping she might offer a better explanation. I'm Misha, she said cheerfully. Nice to meet you. Are you, his girlfriend? Misha's cheeks went slightly pink. Harry felt heat creeping up his own neck. Neither of them answered. Right, Ron said slowly. Okay. This is weird, isn't it? I mean, I knew you'd probably come back eventually. My mum talks about you all the time, says you're the only one who can stop you-know-who, but I didn't think you'd just show up on the train like a normal person. What were you expecting? I don't know. Dragons? A massive battle? You falling out of the sky on a flaming chariot? Ron grinned, and despite everything, Harry found himself smiling back. There was something disarming about the other boy, an earnestness that was hard to distrust. My brothers told me loads of stories. Fred and George, they're twins, huge pranksters. They said you probably got kidnapped by dark wizards and raised as an assassin. Not dark wizards. What, then? Harry considered how much to share. This was the first real conversation he'd had with someone from the wizarding world who wasn't trying to sell him something or stare at his scar. Ron seemed genuinely curious, not calculating. And if Harry was going to survive this school, he'd need allies. Demons, he said. Ron blinked. Sorry. I was raised by demons. In another dimension. My adopted father is the demon king of tyranny. Silence. Ron looked at Misha. Misha nodded helpfully. Demons, Ron repeated. Yes. The demon king. Yes. Of tyranny. He's actually quite nice once you get to know him. Ron stared at Harry for a long moment. Then he burst out laughing. Okay, he managed, wiping his eyes. Okay, that's brilliant. Fred and George are going to lose their minds. Kidnapped by demons, I can't wait to write home about this. You don't believe me. Mate, I believe you believe it. That's enough for now. Ron settled back in his seat, still grinning. This is going to be the best year at Hogwarts ever. I can tell. The train lurched into motion. Harry watched the platform slide away through the window, the waving parents, the slowly shrinking station, the edge of the magical barrier that separated this world from the one he'd grown up in. Somewhere out there, Anos was probably laughing. Dumbledore was probably worrying. Voldemort was probably raging, and Harry was on his way. The Demon King's son was coming to Hogwarts. Let them tremble. Chapter 2, Arrival. The compartment door slammed open hard enough to crack against the wall. So it's true. A boy stood in the doorway, pale, pointed features, white blonde hair slicked back with enough product to grease a cauldron. Two larger boys flanked him like matching bookends, thick-necked and dull-eyed. Harry Potter's actually on the train. I thought Pansy was having me on. Ron tensed beside Harry, his hand drifting toward his pocket where his wand presumably sat. Misha tilted her head with the calm curiosity of someone examining an interesting insect. Harry didn't move at all. And you are? Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. The boy said it like the name should mean something, like it should inspire fear or respect or at least recognition. When Harry's expression remained blank, a flicker of irritation crossed his face. My father is Lucius Malfoy. He's on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. He practically runs the ministry. Good for him. You don't understand. Draco stepped into the compartment, his goons crowding in behind him. You've been gone a long time, Potter. Things have changed. There are certain families, proper families, who matter in our world, and others who don't. You do well to learn the difference. His gaze flicked to Ron with open contempt. And to choose better company. Ron's ears went red. Shove off, Malfoy. I wasn't talking to you, Weasley. I was talking to, you were talking at me, Harry interrupted. His voice was mild, almost pleasant. There's a difference. And now you're going to stop. Draco's eyes narrowed. Is that a threat? It's an observation. You came in here expecting me to be impressed by your name and intimidated by your friends. You're not getting either, so now you're trying to figure out what else you have to work with. Harry leaned forward slightly. The answer is nothing. You have nothing I want, nothing I need, and nothing that could possibly make this conversation worth continuing. The compartment went very quiet. Draco's face flushed, anger or embarrassment or both. His hand twitched toward his wand, and Harry watched him calculate the odds. 3 against 3, technically, except one of those 3 was Harry Potter, who'd just spoken to him like he was something scraped off a shoe. My father will hear about this. I'm sure he will. And I'm sure he'll tell you the same thing I'm about to. Harry stood, and even though he was the same height as Draco, somehow he seemed taller. Don't pick fights you can't win. It makes you look stupid. Draco's wand came out. Harry didn't bother drawing his. The curse, some kind of stinging hex, juvenile and poorly aimed, shot across the compartment. Harry sidestepped it without apparent effort, letting it splash against the window behind him in a shower of sparks. Before Draco could cast again, Harry moved. He crossed the distance between them in a single step, caught Draco's wand hand, and twisted. The wand clattered to the floor. Draco yelped in pain and surprise, suddenly finding himself bent backward with Harry's other hand pressed flat against his chest. I grew up fighting demons, Harry said quietly, his face inches from Draco's. Things with claws and fangs and magic that would reduce you to ash before you finished your incantation. You're not scary. You're not impressive. You're a child with a famous father and an inflated sense of importance. He released his grip, letting Draco stumble back into his goons. Remember that. Draco scrambled for his wand, face white with humiliation. You can't, this isn't over. Yes it is. Harry sat back down, crossing his arms. Close the door on your way out. For a moment, it looked like Draco might try something else. His wand hand trembled, his jaw clenched, his eyes burned with the kind of hatred that could fuel years of petty revenge. Then he turned and stormed out, his goons scrambling after him. The door slammed shut. Silence. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. Where did you learn to move like that? Training. What kind of training makes you faster than a curse? The kind where failure means death. Harry shrugged. Demon Realm combat instructors don't believe in going easy on students. Ron looked at Misha again, clearly hoping for a denial. She just smiled. He's not exaggerating. I watched him fight a greater demon when he was 12. Took out 3 of its eyes before it landed a single hit. I lost that fight, Harry reminded her. You lost eventually. After 20 minutes. Against a creature 5 times your size with 1,000 years of combat experience. She turned back to Ron. He's very modest for someone who once punched a dragon. You punched a... No, you know what, I don't want to know. Ron slumped in his seat, staring at Harry with a mixture of awe and terror. You're actually serious about all this, aren't you? The demons, the training, the other dimension. Yes. And you just came back. After 15 years of being raised by demon royalty, you decided to go to wizard school. There are things I need to do here. People I need to find. Harry's expression darkened briefly. Wrongs I need to right. Like killing you-know-who. Among other things. Ron was quiet for a moment, processing. Then he grinned, a slightly manic grin, the kind that said he'd accepted he was in over his head and decided to enjoy the ride. Well, this is definitely going to be more interesting than I expected. Mum thought my biggest problem would be living up to my brothers. The train rattled on through the countryside, carrying them toward whatever came next. Hogwarts emerged from the darkness like a fever dream. Harry pressed his face to the window as the train rounded the final bend, watching the castle materialize out of the night, towers and turrets and glowing windows, perched on a cliff above a black lake that reflected the stars. It was massive, ancient, dripping with the kind of magic that accumulated over centuries of continuous use. Was also, he noted with professional interest, practically undefended. There were wards, he could feel them pressing against his senses, layers of protection woven into the very stones. But they were old. Brittle in places. Designed to keep out dark creatures and hostile wizards, not someone who'd been trained to slip through dimensional barriers that he could break them in an hour if he wanted to. Beautiful, isn't it? Misha murmured beside him. Vulnerable. She elbowed him. Don't be that person. What person? The person who looks at a 1,000-year-old magical castle and immediately starts cataloging its defensive weaknesses. She was smiling, though. Try to enjoy things occasionally. I enjoy things. Name one thing you've enjoyed in the last week that wasn't combat-related. Harry considered. Dinner with you last night. Misha's cheeks flushed slightly. That doesn't count. Why not? Because, come on, we're supposed to get off here. She pulled him toward the compartment door, and Harry let her, hiding his smile. He hadn't been lying. Dinner with her had been the highlight of his week, sitting in a Muggle restaurant neither of them fully understood, trying food they couldn't pronounce, laughing at each other's confusion. It had felt normal. Real. He didn't get a lot of real moments. The platform was chaos, students milling around, a giant of a man bellowing for first years, boats waiting at the lakeshore. Harry bypassed most of it, following the flow of older students toward a collection of horseless carriages, except they weren't horseless. Harry stopped dead, staring at the creatures harnessed to the carriages. Skeletal horses, black as ink, with leathery wings folded against their flanks and eyes that gleamed with something that wasn't quite intelligence. Thestrals, he remembered from one of Anos's books. Visible only to those who'd witnessed death. He'd witnessed plenty. You can see them too, Misha said quietly. Yeah. He reached out, letting one of the creatures sniff his hand. It made a soft sound, not threatening, almost curious, and pressed its muzzle into his palm. Anos would like these. He's always complaining that demon horses are too flashy. Everything in the demon realm is too flashy. That's the point. They climbed into a carriage, Ron squeezing in beside them along with a bushy-haired girl who introduced herself as Hermione Granger and immediately started asking Harry questions he had no intention of answering. The prophet said you were kidnapped by dark wizards. The Quibbler said you were living with fairies. There was a whole series in which weekly about how you'd been secretly training in a hidden monastery somewhere in Tibet. She paused for breath. None of those are true, are they? No. Then where were you? Another dimension. There's no documented evidence of. I wasn't asking your permission to exist. Hermione's mouth snapped shut. Ron winced sympathetically. He's been like this all day, he offered. Very intense. Punched Draco Malfoy. You punched Draco Malfoy? Disarmed him. And threatened him a little. I'm not sure that's appropriate behavior for. Hermione stopped herself, visibly recalibrating. Actually, Malfoy's been horrible to everyone on the train. His father donated new brooms to the Slytherin team last year and now he acts like he owns the school. He doesn't. Obviously not, but, he doesn't own the school, and he doesn't own me, and the sooner he learns that, the easier everyone's lives will be. Harry watched the castle growing larger through the window. I'm not here to make friends with people who think their bloodline makes them superior. I'm not here to play politics or navigate social hierarchies or pretend that any of this matters more than it does. Then why are you here? The question hung in the air. Harry considered his answer carefully. Hermione was sharp, he could see it in her eyes, that hungry intelligence that consumed information like oxygen. She wasn't going to accept a brush off, and he wasn't sure he wanted to give her one. "I'm here to learn," he said finally. "Not magic, I know enough magic. But this world, my birth world, it's full of things I don't understand. History and culture and connections I never got to make. I want to understand it before I decide what to do with it." "What to do with it?" "There's a man out there who killed my parents and spent 15 years building power while I was gone. He's not going to stop until someone stops him. That someone is going to be me." Harry met her eyes. "Everything else is just preparation." Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she nodded. "That's, actually very logical. Having a clear objective and working backward to determine necessary resources and knowledge acquisition strategies is an excellent approach to problem solving." "Did you just compliment my revenge plan using study terminology?" "I complimented your methodology. The revenge plan itself is ethically complex and probably illegal, but I can appreciate good planning when I see it." Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first one in days. "I think I might actually like you, Hermione. Most people take longer to decide that. Most people aren't me." The carriage rolled to a stop, and they climbed out into the shadow of Hogwarts. Up close, the castle was even more impressive, massive doors, weathered stone, the weight of history pressing down from every direction. Harry could feel the magic now, thrumming through his bones. Older than anything he'd encountered in the demon realm, this place had presence. First years through the main entrance, someone was calling everyone else to the great hall directly. "We're not first years," Misha pointed out. "We're not anything officially. Anos enrolled me as a fifth-year transfer, but I don't think they know what to do with you. Guess we'll find out." They followed the crowd through the massive doors and into an entrance hall that could have held Anos's entire throne room. Staircases spiraled upward, portraits lined the walls, ghosts drifted through the air like wisps of fog. Harry noted exits, choke points, defensible positions, then caught Misha's look and forced himself to stop, enjoy things occasionally. "Right. Mr. Potter." The voice cut through the crowd like a blade. Harry turned to find a severe-looking woman striding toward him, tall, thin, gray hair pulled back in a tight bun, robes of deep green. She moved like someone used to being obeyed, and the students parted around her automatically. "Professor McGonagall. You know me. Your name was on my letter. And you look like someone who writes in that particular style of handwriting." Her lips twitched, not quite a smile, but close. "I'll take that as a compliment. Come with me, please. The headmaster wishes to speak with you before the sorting." "And my companion?" McGonagall's gaze shifted to Misha, taking in her silver hair and violet eyes with the practiced assessment of someone who'd seen everything. "Miss Misha Necron. I'm here as Harry's assistant." "I wasn't aware Mr. Potter required an assistant." "Everyone requires an assistant. Most people just don't realize it." Another almost smile. "Very well. You may both come. The headmaster can decide what to do with you." She led them through corridors that twisted and turned in ways that defied normal architecture, past suits of armor that tracked their movement and paintings that whispered to each other. Harry memorized the route automatically: 3 left turns, 1 right, up a staircase that moved, through a door disguised as a tapestry. They stopped before a stone gargoyle. "Lemon drops," McGonagall said, and the gargoyle leaped aside to reveal a spiral staircase. "The headmaster's password is lemon drops. The headmaster has eclectic tastes." They climbed. The office at the top was exactly what Harry had expected and nothing like it at all. Cluttered with silver instruments, lined with portraits of sleeping old men, dominated by a massive desk behind which sat Albus Dumbledore. He was older than Harry had imagined. The photographs Anos had shown him were decades out of date. This man had white hair instead of auburn, lines carved deep into his face, a weight to his presence that spoke of years and burdens and things he'd rather forget. His blue eyes were sharp behind half-moon spectacles, watching Harry with an intensity that bordered on desperate. "Harry," he said softly. "Welcome home." "This isn't my home." Dumbledore's expression flickered, pain, quickly suppressed. "No, I suppose it isn't. Not yet. But I hope, in time, you might come to see it that way. I wouldn't count on it. Harry, let's skip the part where you pretend we have a relationship." Harry didn't sit in the offered chair. Misha stayed by the door, watching silently. "You left me on a doorstep. They threw me away. Someone else picked me up and raised me. 15 years later, here I am. That's the whole story. The whole story is considerably more complicated. Then uncomplicate it. Tell me why my mother's sister slammed a door in my face when I was 15 months old." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. "The wards I created required acceptance. Voluntary, willing acceptance. Petunia Dursley had to take you into her home and choose to protect you for the blood magic to anchor properly. When she refused..." He spread his hands. "I had no backup plan. I was arrogant enough to believe I wouldn't need one. And after? When I vanished? I searched. For years, Harry, I searched. Every tracking spell, every scrying ritual, every contact in every magical community across the world. You simply weren't there. You'd fallen out of our reality entirely, and I couldn't reach you. You couldn't reach me because Anos didn't want you to." "Anos." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "The being who took you. The one who called himself a demon king. He doesn't call himself that. He is that. Demon king of tyranny, ruler of the demon realm, the most powerful being in his dimension by a margin that would make your head spin." Harry let some of his father's presence bleed into his voice, that cold, absolute authority. "He raised me. He trained me. He gave me a home when everyone in this world had written me off. I never wrote you off, you failed me." The words came out harder than Harry intended. "You put me in the hands of people who hated magic, hated my parents, hated me, and you didn't have a backup plan when they proved to be exactly as terrible as everyone told you they'd be. That's not care. That's not protection. That's gambling with a child's life because you were too arrogant to consider alternatives." Dumbledore absorbed the words like blows, flinching slightly at each one. "You're right," he said quietly. "I failed you. Everything you've said is true, and I have no defense beyond my own foolishness and pride. I thought I knew best. I thought blood would triumph over hatred. I was wrong." Harry hadn't expected agreement, he'd expected excuses, justifications, elaborate explanations about the greater good and necessary sacrifices. That's what Anos had prepared him for, a master manipulator who would try to bring Harry back under his control through guilt and obligation. Instead, he got confession. 15 years, Dumbledore continued. 15 years I've carried the weight of what I did to you, Harry. 15 years of wondering if you were alive, if you were safe, if someone kind had found you or if you'd fallen into darker hands. When you vanished, his voice cracked slightly. I nearly broke. The Order wanted to move on, to focus on Voldemort's resurrection, to prepare for the war everyone knew was coming. I couldn't. Every spare moment I had, I spent searching. Hoping. And now? Now you're here. Alive. Whole. Raised by someone who clearly cared for you, even if his methods were. Dumbledore glanced at Misha, who smiled serenely. Unconventional. I don't have the right to ask for your forgiveness. I don't deserve your trust. But I would very much like the chance to earn both. Harry studied the old man's face, looking for lies. He'd learned to read people in the demon realm, learned to spot deception in the twitch of an eye or the tension of a jaw. Dumbledore was exhausted, guilty, desperate, he was also, as far as Harry could tell, genuine. That made things complicated. I'm not here for you, Harry said finally. I'm not here to fulfill your prophecy or fight your war or be the weapon you were shaping me to become. I'm here because Voldemort killed my parents, and that debt needs to be paid. If our interests align, we can work together. If they don't. He shrugged. Then we stay out of each other's way. And if I could help you? Offer resources, information, allies you couldn't find elsewhere. Then I'd consider it. Cautiously. Dumbledore nodded slowly, some of the tension draining from his shoulders. That's more than I had any right to hope for. Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me yet. You still have a lot to prove. I know. He rose from his desk, old bones creaking. For now, let's focus on the immediate matter. You need to be sorted, and Miss Necron needs, well, we need to determine what Miss Necron needs. I need to stay close to Harry. For his protection. For yours. Misha's smile was sweet as honey and just as sticky. The demon realm is watching this world very closely right now. If anything unfortunate were to happen to Anos's son, the consequences would be significant. Dumbledore paled slightly. I see. Then perhaps we can arrange for you to attend classes alongside Harry as a cultural exchange student. That sounds lovely. Wonderful. Shall we proceed to the Great Hall? They followed him down the spiral staircase and through more twisting corridors. Harry's mind raced, processing the conversation, adjusting his expectations. Dumbledore wasn't what he'd expected. Neither was this school, this world, these people. He'd planned for enemies and manipulation that he hadn't planned for regret. The Great Hall fell silent when Harry walked in. It happened in waves, first the students nearest the door, their conversations dying as they registered his presence, then the tables beyond, then the high table where the professors sat. Until the entire room of several hundred people had stopped talking and turned to stare, Harry kept walking. The ceiling above showed a night sky. Full of stars, enchanted to mirror the weather outside. Candles floated in the air, casting warm light over 4 long tables draped in different colors. At the front of the room, a stool sat waiting with an old, patched hat resting on top of it. Harry Potter, someone whispered, loud enough to carry. He's really here, 15 years, heard he was raised by dark wizards. Look at the girl with him. Harry ignored the whispers. He'd grown up with demons, human gossip was nothing. McGonagall had already reached the front of the room. She lifted the sorting hat, gestured for Harry to sit, and placed the ancient piece of headwear on his head. Well, the voice spoke directly into his mind, old, amused, faintly surprised. Harry Potter. I've been waiting 15 years to meet you, and you're not what I expected. The hat seemed to be rummaging through his thoughts, examining his memories like a librarian sorting books. Demons. An actual demon king. Interdimensional travel. Combat training that would make an Auror weep. This is fascinating. Can we speed this up? Impatient, aren't you? Just like your father. James was always in a hurry. The hat paused. But you're not just James's son anymore, are you? You're Anos Voldigoad's son too. And that changes things. Changes them how? Gryffindor values courage. Ravenclaw values wisdom. Hufflepuff values loyalty. Slytherin values ambition. The hat's tone turned thoughtful. You have all of those. Courage enough to face down anyone who threatens what you care about. Wisdom enough to know when fighting isn't the answer. Loyalty to the family that raised you. Ambition to reshape both worlds in your image. I don't want to reshape anything. I just want to deal with Voldemort. Child, you've spent 15 years being raised by someone who conquered death itself. Just dealing with things isn't in your nature anymore. You think in terms of absolute victory. Complete transformation. Total change. The hat chuckled. Any house would be lucky to have you and terrified to keep you. So pick one. I think, yes, I think it has to be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted aloud, and the hall erupted. The table on the far left burst into cheers, deafening, enthusiastic, drowning out the whispers from the other houses. Someone was banging on the table. Someone else was chanting Harry's name. A pair of red-headed twins who looked like older versions of Ron were doing some kind of elaborate victory dance. Harry stood, removed the hat, and walked toward his new house. People were reaching out to shake his hand, clap his back, welcome him home. He accepted it with the patience of someone used to being the center of attention, making his way to an empty spot next to Ron, who looked like Christmas had come early. Gryffindor. Mate, that's brilliant. We're going to be in the same dorm. Apparently. And your friend, what house do you think she'll, Miss Necron? McGonagall's voice cut through the noise, if you would. Misha walked to the stool with the calm grace that Harry had always admired about her. She sat, and McGonagall placed the hat on her silver hair. The silence stretched, and stretched. The hat was taking longer with Misha than it had with Harry, much longer. Minutes passed. People began to whisper again, confused. Even Dumbledore was frowning slightly, leaning forward in his chair. Finally, the hat spoke. This is unprecedented. Not a house name. A statement. Flat and surprised. Miss Necron is not a human being. She is a demon of considerable power wearing a human-adjacent form. Hogwarts sorting is designed for human students with human magical cores. The hat paused. I literally cannot sort her. She doesn't fit into any category I'm designed to recognize. The whispers exploded into full conversations. Demon. Not human. What did that mean? Was she dangerous? Why was she here? Dumbledore rose from his seat, hands raised for quiet. If I may. His voice carried easily over the crowd. Miss Necron is here as part of a diplomatic arrangement between Hogwarts and certain foreign powers. She poses no threat to any student and will be observing classes rather than participating in house activities. She's a demon, someone shouted from the Slytherin table. And many of you have pet owls that would happily claw your eyes out if given the opportunity. Species is not destiny. Dumbledore's tone was mild but firm. Miss Necron will be treated with the same respect afforded to any guest of this school. Am I understood? Muttering, but no more objections, Misha rose from the stool, smiled at the assembly as if she hadn't just been outed as a non-human entity, and walked over to join Harry at the Gryffindor table. That went well, she whispered. You knew this would happen. I suspected. It was worth it to see their faces. You're terrible. I learned from the best. The feast began, mountains of food appearing on golden plates, conversations resuming as people remembered they were hungry, but Harry barely noticed. He was watching the head table, where Dumbledore had returned to his seat with an expression of careful neutrality. The old man caught his eye and nodded slightly. Harry nodded back. Round 1, he thought, had gone about as well as could be expected. Now came the hard part. Gryffindor Tower was chaotic, that was the only word for it. Students packed the common room like sardines, everyone trying to get a look at Harry, everyone talking over everyone else. The red-headed twins, Fred and George, Ron had said, were already taking bets on various Harry-related outcomes. A girl named Lavender Brown wanted to know if Harry had a girlfriend. A boy named Seamus Finnegan wanted to know if he could really do magic without a wand. Harry answered questions with minimal words and maximum patience, waiting for the excitement to die down enough for escape to become possible. Misha had been given a guest room somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore's arrangement, which meant Harry was on his own for the night. That he didn't love that. Eventually, the crowd thinned. People drifted off to bed, exhausted by the day's events. Harry found himself sitting in an armchair by the fire, Ron sprawled on a nearby couch, the common room finally quiet. Mental day, Ron said. That's one word for it. Is it always like this? Being you? Harry considered. Sometimes it's worse. Today was relatively calm. Calm. You got publicly outed as being raised by demons, your girlfriend got revealed as an actual demon, and you had a private meeting with Dumbledore that looked like it involved either threats or confessions. She's not my girlfriend. Mate, she followed you across dimensional barriers to attend wizard school. That's girlfriend behavior. It's complicated. Everything about you is complicated. Ron sat up, rubbing his face. Look, I know we just met, and you've got no reason to trust me, but I meant what I said on the train. This is going to be interesting. And I'd rather be your friend than your enemy. I don't have enemies here. Yet. Give it a week. Malfoy's going to spend all night plotting revenge, and his father's got connections everywhere. By tomorrow morning, half the school will be convinced you're either a dark wizard or possessed by something evil. Let them be convinced. That's not usually how people handle reputation problems. I'm not most people. Harry stared into the fire, watching the flames dance. 15 years ago, this world abandoned me. A few hours ago, it welcomed me back like nothing happened. They want me to be their hero, their savior, their boy who lived, but only if I play by their rules and smile for their cameras and pretend that everything's fine. And you won't do that. No. I'll help them. I'll fight Voldemort, because he deserves to die and because I'm probably the only one who can kill him permanently. But I won't be their puppet. I won't let them turn me into a symbol. Harry met Ron's eyes. I'm my own person. I make my own choices. And anyone who tries to control me is going to learn why that's a very bad idea. Ron was quiet for a moment, then he grinned. Yeah, okay. I'm definitely on your side. Just like that. Just like that. You're scary and intense and probably dangerous, but you're also honest. That's more than most people are. Ron stood, stretching. I'm going to bed. You should too, tomorrow's going to be brutal, and McGonagall's first class is before breakfast. Before breakfast? She likes to test new students when they're tired and hungry. Says it builds character. Ron paused at the stairs. Hey, Harry. Yeah. Thanks for not hexing Malfoy. The restraint was impressive. I was considering breaking his arm. See? Restraint. Ron disappeared up the stairs, and Harry was alone. He sat by the fire for a long time, thinking. About Dumbledore's regret, and the hat's words, and the way Misha's hand had felt in his on the train. About Voldemort, somewhere out there, probably already planning his next move. About Anos, watching from across dimensional barriers, trusting Harry to handle things on his own.so many threads. So many possibilities. So much could go right. So much could go wrong. Harry Potter Voldigoad closed his eyes and let the warmth of the fire wash over him. Tomorrow, the real work began. Classes at Hogwarts were, there was no other word for it, disappointing. Harry sat through Transfiguration watching McGonagall explain the theory behind turning matches into needles. He sat through Charms watching Professor Flitwick demonstrate the wand movements for a levitation spell. He sat through History of Magic watching a ghost drone on about goblin rebellions while half the class slept. All of it was material he'd mastered years ago. The demon realm didn't bother with wands, they were training wheels, Anos said, crutches that limited magical potential. Real power came from within, shaped by will and knowledge and the absolute certainty that reality would bend if you pushed hard enough. Harry had spent his childhood learning to do things that Hogwarts graduates couldn't manage after decades of practice, but he stayed quiet. He followed along. He pretended to struggle with the simpler exercises, deliberately limiting himself to make his classmates feel comfortable. It was exhausting. You're holding back, Hermione said on the third day, cornering him in the library. I don't know what you're talking about. You do. I've been watching you. She dropped into the chair across from him, books piled in her arms. In Transfiguration, you hesitate before every spell, just for a second, like you're calculating how much effort to put in. In Charms, you aim your wand slightly off-center, which would reduce efficiency by at least 30%. And in Defense Against the Dark Arts, we haven't had defense yet. Professor Umbridge is the new teacher. She's a ministry appointment, and I've been researching her methods. Hermione's expression darkened. She doesn't believe in practical magic. Her class is going to be theory only. That's insane. It's politics. The Ministry doesn't want to admit Voldemort is back, so they're pretending everything is fine. Having students practice defensive spells would suggest there's something to defend against. Harry processed this. He'd known the Ministry was problematic. Anos had told him stories about their bureaucratic incompetence and their tendency to punish anyone who didn't fit their narrow definition of acceptable. But actively sabotaging the education of children in the middle of a war, that was a new level of stupid. Why are you telling me this? Because you're the only person in this school who might actually be able to do something about it. Hermione leaned forward, intensity burning in her eyes. You're Harry Potter. You survived the killing curse. You were raised by beings so powerful that even Dumbledore is afraid of them. If you start pushing back against Umbridge's restrictions, other people might follow. And if I don't? Then we spend the year reading textbooks while Voldemort builds an army. She paused. You said you came back to deal with him. You can't do that if you're not prepared. And you can't let a generation of students go into war without knowing how to fight. Harry studied her for a long moment. Hermione Granger was clearly brilliant, obsessive, maybe, and definitely more intense than most teenagers, but brilliant. She'd identified a problem, analyzed it, and come to him with a solution instead of just complaining that he respected that. What exactly are you proposing? A study group. Unofficial, off the radar. Students who want to learn real defensive magic, taught by someone who actually knows what they're doing. Her eyes met his. Taught by you. I'm not a teacher. You don't have to be a teacher. You just have to be better than us and willing to share. Hermione's voice softened slightly. Look, I know you don't owe us anything. I know this world failed you and you have every right to be angry about it. But there are kids in this school, first years, second years, who have no idea what's coming. They're going to walk into a war with nothing but textbook knowledge and a ministry-approved curriculum. Some of them are going to die. The words landed like stones. Harry thought about the demon realm, where combat training started at age 8. Where children learned to fight because not learning meant not surviving. Where weakness was death, always, and strength was the only protection that mattered. These students weren't weak by choice. They were weak because no one had taught them to be strong. I'll think about it. That's all I'm asking. Hermione stood, gathering her books. If you decide yes, meet me in the room of requirement tomorrow night. I'll bring whoever I can convince. The room of requirement? 7th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past the blank wall 3 times while thinking about what you need. The room appears. She smiled slightly. I looked it up. This castle is full of secrets. She left. Harry sat alone in the library, staring at nothing, thinking about responsibility that he hadn't come here to be a savior. He'd come to settle a debt, to kill a monster, to understand the world that had thrown him away. Getting involved in student politics and ministry conflicts and the education of children, that wasn't part of the plan, but Misha's voice echoed in his mind, try to enjoy things occasionally, and Anos's voice, deeper and older, power without purpose is meaningless. Maybe this was the purpose, maybe saving one world from a Dark Lord wasn't enough. Maybe he had to save it from itself, too. Harry sighed, closed his book, and went to find Misha. She was in the guest room Dumbledore had provided, a small but comfortable space near the library. When Harry knocked, she opened the door immediately, like she'd been waiting. You have that look, she said. What look? The look you get when you've decided to do something noble and slightly stupid. She stepped aside to let him in. What happened? He told her about Hermione's proposal. About Umbridge and the Ministry and the students who'd grow up unprepared for war. About the weight that was settling on his shoulders despite his best efforts to avoid it. Misha listened without interrupting. When he finished, she sat on the edge of her bed and looked at him with those violet eyes that always seemed to see more than he wanted to show. You want to do it? I don't know what I want. Yes you do. You want to help them. You want to teach them to be strong enough to survive what's coming. You want to matter here, in this world, the way you matter in ours. Harry leaned against the wall, exhausted. And if I'm not good enough? If I try to train them and they still die? Then they die fighting instead of running. That's still better than nothing. That's a very demon way of looking at things. I am a demon. She smiled, soft and warm. Harry, you've spent your whole life trying to be worthy of Anos's legacy. Trying to live up to the Demon King's expectations, to prove that he was right to raise you, to show that you deserved the second chance he gave you. And you've done all of that. You're incredible. But maybe it's time to stop living up to his legacy and start creating your own. Creating my own how? By doing what you think is right. Not what Anos would do, or what Dumbledore wants, or what the prophecy says. What you think is right. She reached out, took his hand, pulled him to sit beside her on the bed. You're not just the son of James and Lily Potter anymore. You're not just the adopted son of Anos Voldigoad. You're Harry. Just Harry. And Harry gets to decide what Harry does. He sat there, holding her hand, feeling the warmth of her presence beside him. Just Harry, he repeated. Just Harry. That sounds almost peaceful. It's not. Her smile widened. You're about to start an underground resistance movement against the government while simultaneously hunting the most dangerous dark wizard in history and navigating the politics of a school full of teenagers. It's going to be chaos. You say that like it's a good thing. Isn't it? Her eyes sparkled. Anos always said the best way to understand a system is to break it. You're about to break so many systems, Harry. It's going to be beautiful. He laughed, actually laughed, the tension draining out of him. You're terrible. Have I mentioned that? Frequently. But you keep me around anyway. I keep you around because you're the only person who makes sense. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. They sat together in comfortable silence, hands still linked. Outside the window, the grounds of Hogwarts stretched out under a darkening sky, the lake, the forest, the distant mountains. Beautiful and dangerous and full of secrets, Harry thought about tomorrow. About the room of requirement and Hermione's proposal and the students who'd show up looking for someone to teach them how to survive. He thought about Voldemort, lurking somewhere in the shadows, feeling Harry's presence through their connection. He thought about Anos, watching from across the void, trusting him to handle things. He thought about who he wanted to be. Okay, he said finally. Okay. I'll do it. The training group. I'll teach them what I can. Misha squeezed his hand. I knew you would. How? Because you're you. And you've never been able to walk away from someone who needs help. She leaned her head against his shoulder. It's one of the things I like about you. Harry didn't have words for what he felt in that moment. Gratitude, maybe. Affection. Something deeper and more complicated that he'd been avoiding examining too closely. So he just sat there, holding her hand, watching the stars come out over Hogwarts. Tomorrow, the real work began, but tonight, for just a few minutes, he let himself be still. The room of requirement was everything Hermione had promised and more. Harry walked past the blank wall 3 times, thinking about needing a space to train students in combat magic, and the door appeared, large, wooden, unremarkable. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was massive. Stone walls, high ceiling, soft lighting from enchanted torches. Training dummies lined one wall. Cushioned mats covered the floor. Bookshelves held what looked like defensive texts. A large open space in the center could accommodate dozens of people practicing simultaneously. Perfect. Impressive, isn't it? Hermione emerged from behind one of the bookshelves, followed by Ron and a cluster of students Harry vaguely recognized from various classes. There were maybe 20 people total, a mix of houses, ages, and apparent levels of nervousness. This is everyone who wanted to come, Hermione said. I was careful about who I invited. Everyone here has either been personally affected by Voldemort or has family in the Order of the Phoenix. No one's going to turn us in. Harry looked at the assembled group. Scared, mostly. Hopeful, a little. Desperate, underneath, they looked like kids, they were kids. "My name is Harry Potter," he said, and his voice carried easily through the room. "Most of you think you know who I am. The boy who lived. The one the prophecy says can defeat Voldemort. The chosen hero of the wizarding world." He paused. "You're wrong." The students glanced at each other, confused. "I'm not here to be your hero. I'm not here to save you or protect you or fight your battles for you. That's not how this works. That's not how survival works." Harry began to pace, falling into the rhythm of the countless training sessions Anos had led. In a real fight, no one's coming to rescue you. No one's going to step in and make everything okay. You're on your own, and you either know how to fight or you die. "That's a bit dark, mate," someone muttered from the back. "War is dark. Voldemort is dark. The people he sends to kill you won't hold back because you're young or scared or unprepared. They'll use every advantage, every dirty trick, every moment of hesitation you show them." Harry stopped, meeting eyes around the room. "I can't make you strong enough to fight Death Eaters overnight. I can't give you the years of training I've had. But I can teach you how to survive long enough to learn from your mistakes." He raised his hand. A ball of fire burst into existence above his palm, not the purple-black demon fire, but normal flame, restrained and controlled. He held it there for a moment, letting them see that he wasn't using a wand, then closed his fist and extinguished it. The students stared. "That's impossible," someone whispered. "Wandless magic on that level, nothing's impossible. It's just difficult." Harry lowered his hand. "I'm not going to teach you wandless magic. You don't have time to master it before the war gets worse. But I'm going to teach you to cast faster, aim better, move smarter. I'm going to teach you to fight as a group instead of as individuals. And I'm going to teach you that running away is not the same as losing." "What do you mean?" "I mean that staying alive is more important than winning. If you're in a fight you can't win, leave. Escape, regroup, try again later. A dead hero doesn't help anyone." Harry looked at Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. "We're going to start with basics. Defense posture, shield charms, how to move in a firefight. Everyone find a partner." The students scrambled to pair up. Harry watched them, feeling the weight of responsibility settle onto his shoulders. These kids were his now. Their training, their survival, their chances of making it through what was coming, all of it depended on what he could teach them in the stolen hours between classes and curfew. No pressure. Misha appeared at his side, having slipped in through the door unnoticed. "You're really doing this?" "Apparently. How does it feel?" Harry considered the question as he watched Ron try to explain proper wand grip to a first year who looked terrified. "Terrifying," he admitted. "And right. Like this is what I was supposed to be doing all along." "Maybe it is." Misha's hand brushed against his. "Your father conquered death. Your birth parents died fighting evil. Maybe your destiny isn't just to kill one Dark Lord, maybe it's to make sure no one else has to face him alone. That's a lot to live up to. You've never had trouble living up to things." Harry smiled despite himself. "Stick around. This should be interesting. Wouldn't miss it." Across the room, someone's shield charm finally held against their partner's stunning spell. A small victory, but the student's face lit up with genuine pride. Harry felt something warm kindle in his chest. Maybe this could work, maybe he could actually do this, maybe being the boy who lived didn't have to mean being a weapon, maybe it could mean being a teacher instead. That he cracked his knuckles and walked toward the nearest struggling pair. Time to find out. Chapter 3, Ripples. The Daily Prophet hit the breakfast table like a bomb. Harry didn't even glance at it. He'd learned to ignore the constant stream of speculation and rumor that passed for journalism in the wizarding world. But the sudden silence spreading through the great hall made him look up from his eggs. Every single person was staring at him. "What now?" Ron wordlessly handed him the paper. The headline screamed across the front page in letters 2 inches tall, "Boy who lived raised by demons, Dark Lord in training." Below it, a photo of Harry from somewhere, probably taken without his knowledge in Diagon Alley, showed him walking with Misha, his expression cold and distant. The caption read, "Harry Potter spotted with unknown demon companion. Ministry demands answers." Harry skimmed the article. It was worse than he'd expected. Sources within Hogwarts confirmed that Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived, spent the last 15 years in what witnesses describe as another dimension ruled by demonic entities. According to testimony from the Sorting Hat itself, Potter's companion, identified only as Misha, is not human but a demon of considerable power. Ministry officials have expressed grave concern about Potter's return. "We have no way of knowing what kind of influences he's been exposed to," said Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge in an exclusive interview. "The idea that a child could be raised by dark creatures and emerge unchanged is naive at best, dangerous at worst." Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, has refused to comment on Potter's background or his decision to admit a demon to the school. This silence has only fueled speculation that Dumbledore himself may be compromised by dark forces. Harry set the paper down. "Well," he said calmly, "that's inconvenient." "Inconvenient?" Ron's voice cracked. "Mate, they're calling you a Dark Lord in training. They're saying Dumbledore's been corrupted. This is a disaster. It's propaganda." Harry took a bite of his toast. "The Ministry doesn't want people to believe Voldemort's back, so they're discrediting anyone who might convince them otherwise. I'm an easy target. Mysterious past, non-human allies, refused to play their game. They were always going to attack me. The only question was when." Hermione leaned across the table, her face pale. "Harry, this is serious. If the Ministry decides you're a threat, then they'll try to do something about it. And they'll fail." Harry met her eyes. "I've faced worse than bad press, Hermione. A lot worse. This is annoying, not dangerous. But the other students will believe what they want to believe. Some of them already thought I was dark. Now they have official permission." He shrugged. "The ones who matter, the ones in our training group, know the truth. That's enough." The great hall was buzzing now, whispers spreading like wildfire. Harry could feel the weight of hundreds of stares, some curious, some hostile, some afraid. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was smirking like Christmas had come early. Let him smirk. It wouldn't last. "Mr. Potter." The voice cut through the noise like a knife. Harry turned to find Professor Umbridge standing behind him, short, squat, dressed in pink cardigan that made her look like a poisonous toad. Her smile was sweet and her eyes were cold. "The headmaster would like to see you in his office. Immediately. I haven't finished breakfast. I'm sure you can manage." Her smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Unless you prefer I escort you personally." Harry stood, leaving his half-eaten meal on the table. "That won't be necessary." He walked out of the great hall with his head high, ignoring the whispers that followed him. Misha caught his eye from the staff table. Dumbledore had arranged for her to eat with the professors, which Harry suspected was more about keeping an eye on her than hospitality. She raised an eyebrow. He gave a tiny shake of his head. "Not yet. Let's see what the old man wants first." Dumbledore looked exhausted. Harry had seen tired before, Anas after particularly brutal battles, Misha after staying up 3 days researching obscure magical theory, but this was different. This was the exhaustion of a man fighting a war on multiple fronts and losing ground on all of them. "Harry. Please, sit." Harry sat. "I assume you've seen the Prophet. Hard to miss. The Ministry has been building toward this for weeks. Ever since you arrived, they've been gathering information, interviewing witnesses, constructing their narrative." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I tried to counter it. I spoke to my contacts, called in favors, attempted to get ahead of the story. But Cornelius Fudge is terrified, and terrified men make poor decisions. So they decided to paint me as the real threat instead of Voldemort. Essentially, yes. If they can convince the public that you are the danger, a corrupted child raised by dark forces, then they don't have to admit that Voldemort has returned. It's easier to fight a 15-year-old boy than an immortal dark wizard. Harry laughed, a sharp, humorless sound. They think I'm easier to fight? They don't know what you are, Harry. They see a child. A symbol. Something they can control through reputation and regulation. Dumbledore leaned forward. What they don't see is what you've become. What Anos made you. And what is that? Something I can't fully comprehend. Something that frightens me, if I'm being honest. Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's green ones. I've lived a long time. I've faced dark wizards and dangerous creatures and threats that would have destroyed lesser men. But when I look at you, Harry, I see something different. A kind of power that doesn't belong in this world. A certainty that goes beyond confidence into something absolute. Is that a problem? It's a fact. And facts are only problems if we let them become obstacles. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window. The Ministry is going to move against you. I don't know exactly when or how, but it's coming. They'll try to remove you from Hogwarts, or arrest you, or find some legal pretext to strip away your freedom. And when they do, Dumbledore turned back to face him. I need to know whose side you're on. Harry considered the question. It should have been simple. He'd told Dumbledore his intentions on the first night, he was here for Voldemort, not for politics. But things had gotten complicated since then. He'd started training students. He'd made friends, or something like them. He'd begun to care about what happened to this world beyond just settling his personal debts. I'm on my side, he said finally. And the side of anyone who stands against Voldemort and the people who enable him. If that includes you, we're allies. If it doesn't, it does. Dumbledore's voice was firm. Whatever my failures, whatever my mistakes, I have never wavered in my opposition to Tom Riddle and everything he represents. I will fight him until my last breath. Then we're allies. For now. For now. Dumbledore nodded slowly. There's something else you should know. The Ministry is sending investigators to Hogwarts next week. Officially, they're here to assess educational standards. Unofficially, they're here to find evidence against me. And against the school. Against the teachers. Against anyone who might be helping you or hiding information about your past. Dumbledore's expression darkened. Dolores Umbridge is leading the investigation. She has the minister's full support and nearly unlimited authority. The defense teacher. The senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, temporarily assigned to Hogwarts to monitor the situation. Her teaching position is a cover for her real purpose, surveillance and control. Harry filed that information away. He'd noticed Umbridge watching him during meals, taking notes during the rare classes he actually attended. She moved through the castle like she owned it, and the other teachers seemed afraid of her. What do you want me to do? Be careful. Be smart. Don't give them anything they can use against you. Dumbledore paused. And whatever you're doing with those students who disappear into the 7th floor every Tuesday and Thursday night, be very careful about that. Harry went still. You know about the training sessions. I know many things, Harry. This castle has few secrets from its headmaster. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly, the first hint of his usual demeanor. I also know that those students have shown remarkable improvement in their practical skills over the last few weeks. Their professors have commented on it. Whatever you're teaching them, it's working. You approve? I think it's exactly what they need. I also think it's exactly what the Ministry will use to justify your expulsion if they discover it. Dumbledore moved back to his desk, sitting heavily. Continue your training. But be aware that Umbridge is watching everything. If she finds proof of unauthorized teaching, she'll use it. And if she tries to stop me? Then I suppose we'll discover just how much power she actually has. Dumbledore smiled, tired but genuine. You're not the only one who's been preparing for this fight, Harry. I may be old, but I'm not dead yet. Harry stood. Is that all? One more thing. Dumbledore reached into his desk and pulled out a small, shimmering object, a glass vial filled with something that looked like liquid silver. This is a memory. One of mine. I think you should see it. What is it? The night I first met Tom Riddle. The night I visited an orphanage and found a brilliant, charming, utterly terrifying child. Dumbledore pressed the vial into Harry's hand. I want you to understand what we're facing. What he was before he became what he is. Because the boy I met that day and the monster he's become, they're not as different as people want to believe. Harry pocketed the vial. I'll look at it tonight. Thank you. Dumbledore's voice softened. And Harry, for what it's worth, I'm glad you came back. Whatever happens next, whatever the Ministry does or Voldemort plans, I'm glad you're here. Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded and left. The corridor outside Dumbledore's office was empty, which was why Harry noticed the figure waiting in the shadows immediately. Misha. She stepped into the light, her expression tense. We have a problem. Besides the obvious. A bigger one. She fell into step beside him as they walked. I've been monitoring the dimensional barriers since we arrived, standard practice, making sure nothing followed us through. This morning, I detected fluctuations. Harry stopped. What kind of fluctuations? The kind that suggests someone is trying to open a portal. From this side. The implications hit him like a punch to the gut. Dimensional travel wasn't something humans could do casually, it required massive amounts of energy and very specific knowledge. The kind of knowledge that shouldn't exist in this world. Voldemort? That's my guess. He's been researching ways to increase his power for decades. If he learned about your origins, about the demon realm, he might think he can tap into it. Misha's violet eyes were worried. Harry, if he manages to open a gate, he won't find what he's expecting. No. He'll find things much, much worse. She shook her head. The barriers between dimensions exist for a reason. There are entities out there, things that make Anos look like a kitten, that are kept out only by the walls between worlds. If Voldemort tears a hole in those walls, then we have more problems than one dark wizard. Exactly. Harry started walking again, faster now. His mind raced through possibilities, contingencies, plans. Voldemort attempting dimensional travel wasn't something he'd considered, the idea that a human wizard could even attempt such a thing seemed absurd. But Voldemort had never been limited by what was supposed to be possible. Can you track the fluctuations? Figure out where they're coming from? I've been trying. The signature is faint, deliberately masked. Whoever's doing this knows enough to their work. Misha matched his pace. I need equipment I don't have access to here. Demon realm technology, scanning arrays, things that don't exist in this world. Can you contact Anos? Have him send what you need? I could, but it would take time. Dimensional communication isn't instant, and getting physical objects through requires a stable gate. She hesitated. There's another option. What? I go back. Just for a few days. Gather what I need, consult with your father, return with resources and information. Harry's chest tightened. The idea of Misha leaving, even temporarily, felt wrong in a way he didn't want to examine too closely. How long? 3 days, maybe 4. 5 at most. And if something happens while you're gone? Then you handle it. Like you've been doing. She touched his arm, stopping him. Harry, I know you don't like this. I don't like it either. But we can't ignore what Voldemort might be doing. If he tears open the barriers between worlds, people will die. A lot of people. We have to know what we're dealing with. He wanted to argue. He wanted to tell her to stay, that they'd figure it out together, that he couldn't do this without her, but she was right. She was always right. Go, he said. But be quick. Always. She smiled, and some of the tension left her face. Miss me? Don't push it. I'll take that as a yes. She leaned in, pressing a quick kiss to his cheek, there and gone before he could react. Stay out of trouble while I'm away. When have I ever been in trouble? Literally always. She was already moving, heading toward the nearest empty classroom where she could open a gate without witnesses. 3 days. 4 at most. Don't die before I get back. Wouldn't dream of it. She vanished through the door, and Harry was alone. He stood in the corridor for a long moment, touching the spot on his cheek where her lips had been. His heart was doing something complicated in his chest, and his thoughts were a tangled mess. This wasn't the time for complicated feelings. He had a war to prepare for, students to train, a Dark Lord to monitor, and now dimensional instability to worry about, but still she'd kissed him, that had to mean something, right? The training session that night was their largest yet. Word had spread despite Harry's attempts at secrecy. More students wanted to learn, more people were tired of Umbridge's useless theory classes, more voices were calling for real preparation. The room of requirement expanded to accommodate them, conjuring extra space and equipment as needed. Harry counted 43 students in all. Nervous first-years huddled near the back. Confident seventh-years practiced dueling forms in pairs. Ron and Hermione circulated through the crowd, organizing people into skill groups, answering basic questions. All right, Harry said, and the room fell silent. Tonight we're doing something different. No paired exercises, no individual drills. Tonight, we're simulating an actual attack. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The room can create physical opponents, constructs, basically, magical puppets that fight like real enemies. They won't kill you, but they'll hurt. And they won't hold back. Harry gestured, and a dozen shadowy figures materialized along the far wall, humanoid shapes with glowing eyes and wickedly curved wands. Your job is to work together. Defend each other. Hold the line. Against those things. A second-year named Dennis Creevy looked terrified. But we've only been training for a few weeks. And Death Eaters won't wait until you're ready. Neither will I. Harry raised his hand. Shields up. Formation Delta, defensive line, 3 deep, strongest shields in front. The students scrambled to obey. It was messy, chaotic, people bumping into each other, arguing about positions, nearly dropping their wands. But they got there eventually, forming a ragged semicircle with their shields overlapping. Not great. But not terrible. Begin. The constructs attacked. They moved like nightmares, fast, silent, coordinated. Spells flew across the room in streaks of red and purple and sickly green. The front line of students caught most of them on their shields, but a few slipped through, striking unprepared defenders and sending them sprawling. Close the gaps. Harry barked. Susan, cover your left. Neville, stop waiting for permission. If you see an opening, take it. Neville Longbottom, a nervous, round-faced boy who'd been one of the first to join, hesitated for only a second. Then he stepped forward, wand raised, and fired a stunning spell that caught a construct dead center. It dissolved into mist. Good. More like that. Everyone, stop being passive. Defense is important, but you can't only defend. The battle raged on. Students fell and got back up. Shields shattered and reformed. Slowly, painfully, the group found its rhythm, covering each other, rotating positions, working as a unit instead of a collection of individuals. It took 20 minutes to destroy all 12 constructs. By the end, half the students were on the floor, exhausted or stunned or both. But they were also smiling, the fierce, wild smiles of people who'd survived something difficult and come out stronger. Better, Harry said. Still sloppy, still too slow, but better. Next session, we're doing it again with twice as many enemies. Groans, but also nods. They understood now. They'd felt what real combat was like, even in a controlled environment. That knowledge would stay with them. Questions before we break. A hand went up, a girl Harry didn't recognize, maybe a fourth year, with dark hair and sharp eyes. Where's your demon friend? The silver-haired one. The room went quiet. She had to leave. Personal business. Harry kept his voice neutral. She'll be back in a few days. Is it true what the prophet said? That she's actually a demon? Yes. More murmurs. The girl pressed on. And you were really raised by the Demon King? In another dimension? Yes. So why should we trust you? The question hung in the air like a challenge. Harry could feel the weight of it, the fear and suspicion that the prophet article had planted, now given voice by someone brave enough to ask directly that he could have deflected. Given a reassuring answer, downplayed his past, told them what they wanted to hear that he didn't. You shouldn't, he said flatly. Not automatically. Trust is earned, not given. I'm asking you to believe that I want to help you survive what's coming, but I'm not asking you to be stupid about it. Watch what I do. Judge me by my actions, not by newspaper articles or rumors or anything anyone tells you about me. He stepped forward, and his presence expanded, not a threat, but a statement. A reminder of what he was. I was raised by demons. I've killed things that would make your nightmares look tame. I have power that most wizards can't comprehend, and yes, I probably am dangerous. His eyes swept the room. But I'm here. Teaching you. Giving you skills that might save your lives. Ask yourself why a Dark Lord in training would waste his time making sure 43 students know how to cast a proper shield charm. Silence, then Neville spoke up, his voice quiet but firm. Because you care. I don't know why, and maybe it doesn't make sense, but you care about us. I can see it. Neville, it's true. Ron stepped forward, standing beside Harry. I've known him for weeks now. He's intense and scary and sometimes he says things that make my brain hurt. But he's not evil. He's just different. Different can still be dangerous, the dark-haired girl said. Yeah, it can. But so can Death Eaters, and Voldemort, and the Ministry that wants to pretend everything's fine. Hermione joined them, her chin raised. I'd rather be dangerous alongside someone who knows what they're doing than helpless when the real fight comes. One by one, other students nodded. Not all of them, some still looked uncertain, scared, but enough. A majority, the dark-haired girl studied Harry for a long moment. Then she shrugged. Good enough for now, she said. Same time Thursday. Same time Thursday. The students began to disperse, collecting bags and robes, helping the stunned ones to their feet. Harry watched them go, feeling something complicated in his chest that they'd accepted him. Not completely, not unconditionally, but enough, that shouldn't have mattered as much as it did. Harry found himself on the astronomy tower at midnight, staring out at the grounds that it had become something of a habit, escaping to high places when his thoughts got too loud. The tower offered solitude, fresh air, and a view that stretched for miles in every direction. On clear nights like this one, he could see the lights of Hogsmeade twinkling in the distance. The vial in his pocket felt heavy. Dumbledore's memory. The night he met Tom Riddle, Harry pulled it out, watching the silvery liquid swirl in the starlight. He'd brought a borrowed pensieve from the room of requirement. Apparently the room could conjure almost anything if you asked nicely enough. All he had to do was pour in the memory and dive in, but something made him hesitate that he'd spent 15 years not thinking about Voldemort as a person. The Dark Lord was a monster, a target, a problem to be solved. Seeing his origins, understanding where he came from, might make things more complicated than Harry wanted them to be. then again, Anos had always said that understanding your enemy was the first step to defeating them. Harry uncorked the vial and poured. The memory swirled in the stone basin, forming shapes and images. Harry took a breath, leaned forward, and let himself fall in. The orphanage was gray walls, gray ceiling, gray light filtering through dirty windows. Harry found himself standing in a narrow corridor, watching a much younger Dumbledore walk toward a closed door at the end. This Dumbledore had auburn hair, a trimmer beard, robes that weren't quite as ostentatious. He looked maybe 50, which for a wizard probably meant he was closer to 100. Harry followed, his footsteps making no sound on the wooden floor. Dumbledore knocked. "Come in," said a child's voice. Clear, polite, perfectly controlled. The room beyond was small but neat, a bed, a wardrobe, a desk covered in books. And sitting on the bed, watching his visitor with eyes that missed nothing, was an 11-year-old boy, Tom Riddle. Harry's breath caught that he'd expected. He didn't know what he'd expected. Cruelty, maybe. Obvious darkness. Something that screamed monster at first glance. Instead, he saw a handsome boy with dark hair and darker eyes, dressed in second-hand clothes that he'd clearly tried to maintain as best he could. There was intelligence in his face, sharp, calculating intelligence, and something else underneath. Something hungry. "Are you from the asylum?" the boy asked. Young Dumbledore smiled gently. "I'm a professor at a school called Hogwarts. I've come to offer you a place there." "A school?" Tom's eyes narrowed slightly. "What kind of school?" "One for people like you. People who can do unusual things." Silence. Then Tom Riddle smiled, and Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "I knew I was different," the boy said. "I knew I was special. The other children, they're all so ordinary. So weak. But I can make things happen. Things that hurt them, if I want. Can you now? I can make them feel pain without touching them. I can make animals do what I say. I found a cave last summer, and I took 2 of the other children there." Tom's smile widened. They were never the same after. Young Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry saw his hand tighten on his wand. "At Hogwarts, you'll learn to control your abilities. To use them properly. To use them for what? That will be up to you." Tom Riddle stood, moving with a grace that seemed wrong for an 11-year-old. He crossed to his wardrobe and opened it, revealing a small box on the top shelf. "I collect things," he said. "From the other children. Trophies." He opened the box. Inside were small objects, a yo-yo, a thimble, a harmonica, a tarnished ring. Each one taken from someone, Harry realized. Stolen or claimed as payment for something darker. "You'll want to be more careful about that at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said mildly. "Theft is punished." "It's not theft." Tom's voice hardened. "They owed me. They all owe me. For the way they looked at me, the way they treated me." His eyes met Dumbledore's. "I don't like being looked down on, Professor. I don't like being thought of as ordinary. No one at Hogwarts will think you ordinary, I assure you." "Good." Tom closed the box, replaced it in the wardrobe. "When do we leave?" The memory began to fade, dissolving into silver mist. Harry felt himself pulled back, up, out. He gasped, stumbling away from the pensive. The astronomy tower reformed around him, cold and solid and real. Harry gripped the railing, breathing hard, trying to process what he'd seen. Tom Riddle at 11. Already broken. Already hungry. Already convinced that the world owed him everything and gave him nothing. Harry thought about his own childhood, raised by demons, surrounded by power, taught that strength came with responsibility. He'd been loved, challenged, guided. He'd had Anos and Misha and the entire misfit class watching out for him. Tom Riddle had had no one that didn't excuse anything. Didn't justify the murders, the torture, the decades of terror. Voldemort had made his choices, and those choices were monstrous, but Harry understood now, in a way he hadn't before, where those choices came from isolation. Abandonment. The absolute certainty that the world was hostile and the only safety lay in being the most dangerous thing in it. If Harry had stayed with the Dursleys, if Anos hadn't found him, would he have become something similar? He didn't know that he didn't want to know. Morning came too soon. Harry had barely slept, his mind churning through the implications of Dumbledore's memory. He dragged himself to breakfast, ignored the continued stares and whispers, and was halfway through a piece of toast when the screaming started. That it came from outside, high, terrified, multiple voices. Students scrambled to the windows, professors rose from the high table, and Harry was already moving before anyone else had processed what was happening. He hit the main doors at a sprint, wand in one hand, the other raised and ready for wandless casting. The ground spread out before him, and he saw, Hogsmeade was burning, not the whole village, just the edge nearest the school, a cluster of shops and houses now wreathed in flames that burned an unnatural green. Dark shapes moved through the smoke, casting curses at anyone who came close. Students who'd been walking toward the village for the weekend were running back, screaming, some of them bleeding from cuts and burns. Death Eaters, Harry didn't think. He ran, his legs pumped, eating up the distance between the castle and the village. Behind him, he heard shouts, professors calling for students to get inside, someone yelling his name, but he didn't slow down. The first Death Eater saw him coming too late. Harry hit him with a stunning spell so powerful it threw the man 30 feet backward, slamming him into a burning wall. The second Death Eater spun, wand raised, and got a foot of concentrated force through his shield charm and into his chest. He went down choking. Potter. 3 more emerged from the smoke, their masks gleaming in the firelight. Harry recognized them as the inner circle type, better trained, better equipped, actually dangerous. "The Dark Lord will be pleased," one of them said. "He's been wondering when you'd show yourself." "Has he?" Harry stopped walking. The flames crackled around him, casting strange shadows across his face. "Then give him a message for me." He raised his hand, not his wand, his hand. The power that surged through him wasn't wizard magic. It was something older, deeper, the stuff he'd learned in the demon realm where wands were crutches and limitations were illusions. The air around him crackled with energy, and the Death Eaters actually stepped back. "Tell him that Harry Potter is back. Tell him I know what he is, what he's done, what he's planning." Harry's voice dropped, cold as the void between dimensions. "And tell him that when I come for him, and I will come for him, no Horcrux, no army, no dark ritual will save him." He released the power that it wasn't an attack, not exactly. More like a wave of pure pressure, force without form, sweeping across the burning street like an invisible tide. The Death Eaters' shields shattered. Their robes whipped in a wind that came from nowhere. One of them lost his footing and fell, the other 2 barely stayed upright. "Run," Harry said. "While you still can." They ran. Harry watched them disapparate, feeling the telltale crack of magical displacement. Then he turned his attention to the fires, raising both hands, pulling moisture from the air to create a wave of water that crashed across the burning buildings. The flames hissed and died. Bloody hell. Harry turned. Ron stood behind him, wand raised, face white with shock. Beyond him, a small crowd had gathered, students who'd witnessed the confrontation, professors who'd arrived too late to help, and among them, her face pale but her eyes burning with something Harry couldn't identify, stood Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly. "I think you'd better come with me." Harry looked at the smoking ruins, the unconscious Death Eaters, the students he'd saved. "Yeah," he said. "I figured." The emergency meeting happened in Dumbledore's office. The entire senior staff was present, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Snape, and others whose names Harry didn't remember. They stood in a rough semicircle, watching Harry with expressions that ranged from awe to fear to something that might have been calculation. Umbridge was there too, her toad-like face twisted with poorly concealed fury. "This is exactly what I warned you about," she said, pointing at Harry like he was evidence in a trial. Uncontrolled power, reckless behavior, complete disregard for proper procedure. He engaged Death Eaters alone, without authorization, using magic that no 15-year-old should possess. He saved lives, McGonagall said coldly. Several students were in the village when the attack began. Without Mr. Potter's intervention, the Aurors would have arrived in time to handle it properly. Instead, we have an international incident, a minor using combat magic in a populated area, threatening adult wizards, Death Eaters, Snape said quietly, and everyone turned to look at him. The potions master's face was unreadable as always, but his black eyes were fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. They were Death Eaters, Dolores. Servants of the Dark Lord. Attacking children. There's no proof that, I saw the dark mark on one of their arms myself. Before he regained consciousness and disapparated. Snape's voice was soft, dangerous. Would you like me to testify to that effect? Before the Wizengamot, perhaps. Umbridge went pale. That won't be necessary. I thought not. Dumbledore, who had been silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. Harry. Tell us what happened. In your own words. Harry gave them the short version, heard screaming, saw the attack, responded before anyone else could. He left out the part about the message he'd sent to Voldemort, about the power he'd used that wasn't quite wizard magic. Some things were better kept quiet. The Death Eaters, Dumbledore said when he finished. Did they say anything? Give any indication of their purpose? They mentioned Voldemort. Gasps and flinches around the room. Umbridge made a strangled sound of protest. Said he'd been wondering when I'd show myself. So this was about you specifically. Probably. Or it was a target of opportunity, attack near the school, cause chaos, see who responds. Harry shrugged. Either way, the result is the same. He knows I'm here, and he's testing the waters. Testing the waters for what? For whatever comes next. Silence fell. Dumbledore looked old again, the brief flash of authority fading back into exhaustion. Very well. Harry, you're not in trouble. Whatever Professor Umbridge may wish, defending fellow students from an attack is not a crime. But I must ask you to be more careful. The Ministry is looking for any excuse to move against you, and displaying power like what we witnessed today only gives them ammunition. I'll try. That's all I ask. Dumbledore turned to the others. This meeting is adjourned. Professor McGonagall, please ensure that the injured students receive proper care. Professor Snape, I'd like a word in private. The room began to empty. Harry moved toward the door, but Umbridge blocked his path. This isn't over, Mr. Potter, she said, her voice sugary sweet and utterly false. The Ministry will hear about today. About your abilities. About the threat you represent to the safety of this school. Tell them whatever you want. Harry met her eyes, letting a hint of the cold presence Anas had taught him bleed through. Just remember, you're not the only one keeping records. He walked past her without looking back. That night, alone in the empty common room, Harry felt Voldemort's rage through the connection that it hit him like a wave of ice, fury and frustration in something that might have been fear, all tangled together in a knot of dark emotion. The Dark Lord had received his message, and he didn't like it. Potter, the voice whispered through Harry's mind, oily and cold. So you finally show yourself. Hiding behind demons all these years, pretending to be something more than a lucky child. Did you think I wouldn't find out what you've become? Harry didn't respond with words. Instead, he sent an image, the burning village, the fleeing Death Eaters, the casual display of power that had scattered them like leaves. I'm not hiding anymore, he thought back. Come find me. The connection pulsed with something that wasn't quite anger anymore. Something darker. Hungrier. Soon, boy. Very soon. And when I do, all the demon training in the multiverse won't save you. The presence withdrew, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the dying fire that he should have been afraid. A direct mental confrontation with Voldemort, the monster who'd killed his parents and terrorized the wizarding world for decades, that should have been terrifying. Instead, Harry felt something else entirely, anticipation. The war he'd been preparing for his whole life was finally beginning, and he was ready. Chapter 4, Bloodlines. The letter arrived at breakfast 3 days after the Hogsmeade attack. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately, elegant, old-fashioned, written with the kind of care that suggested every word had been chosen deliberately. The seal on the envelope bore a crest he didn't recognize, a dog's head surrounded by stars. "Who's that from?" Ron asked through a mouthful of eggs. Harry broke the seal and read, "Dear Harry, you don't know me, but I knew your parents. I was your father's best friend, your godfather, and for 12 years I rotted in Azkaban for crimes I didn't commit. By the time you read this, you'll probably have heard all sorts of stories about me, most of them lies, some of them worse. That I need to see you. There are things you should know, things I should have told you years ago if I'd had the chance. I'm staying at a place called Grimmauld Place, which is protected by enough wards to make even Dumbledore nervous. If you want answers about your parents, about the war, about what really happened that night, come find me, your godfather, Sirius Black." Harry read the letter twice, then a third time, Sirius Black. The name triggered fragments of memory, conversations with Anos, news clippings from the wizarding world, the occasional flash through his Horcrux connection when Voldemort's thoughts turned to old enemies. Escaped convict. Supposed mass murderer. Falsely accused, according to some sources, and apparently, Harry's godfather. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through his thoughts. "You've gone pale. What does it say?" He handed her the letter without a word. Her eyes scanned the text, widening with each line. "Sirius Black. But the prophet says he's a murderer." "I know." Harry took the letter back, folding it carefully. "The prophet also says I'm a Dark Lord in training. Their accuracy leaves something to be desired. But even if he's innocent, going to meet him could be dangerous. It could be a trap. Everything could be a trap. That's not a reason to avoid it. It's a reason to be careful." Harry looked at her, at the worry in her eyes, the protective tension in her shoulders. She genuinely cared about his safety, which was still strange to him after years in the demon realm where caring usually came with conditions attached. "I'll be careful," he said. "But I'm going." "When?" "Tonight." Grimmauld Place was hidden between two Muggle houses in the middle of London, invisible to anyone who didn't know exactly where to look. Harry found it easily enough. The letter had included coordinates, and Anos had taught him how to track magical signatures across any terrain. The building materialized as he approached, a tall, narrow townhouse that radiated age and darkness and something that felt almost like despair. The door opened before he could knock. That a man stood in the doorway, thin, gaunt, with long dark hair and eyes that looked like they'd seen too much. He might have been handsome once, before Azkaban had hollowed him out. Now he just looked haunted. "Harry." The man's voice cracked. "Merlin, you look just like James." "Sirius Black. The one and only." A ghost of a smile crossed Sirius's face. "Come in, quickly. The neighborhood isn't as empty as it looks." Harry stepped inside. The house was dark, dusty, filled with the accumulated weight of generations of pure blood mania. Portraits lined the walls, severe faces that watched Harry with obvious disapproval. A massive tapestry in the main hall displayed a family tree, names connected by golden threads, some of them burned away entirely. "Charming place," Harry said. "My family's ancestral home. I hate every inch of it." Sirius led him down a narrow corridor into a kitchen that seemed slightly less oppressive than the rest. "Tea? Something stronger?" "I'm 15. "Right. Tea it is." Sirius waved his wand, and a kettle began to heat itself. "I wasn't sure you'd come. After everything you've been through, raised by demons, I heard. That must have been interesting. Not the word I would have used." Sirius sat heavily at the table, gesturing for Harry to do the same. "I tried to find you, after I escaped. 3 years I searched, following every lead, every rumor. Nothing. It was like you dropped off the face of the earth. I had. Different dimension. So I gathered. Sirius studied him with those haunted eyes. You're not what I expected. When I imagined meeting you, all those years in Azkaban, all those years running, I pictured a child. Someone who needed protection, guidance. Someone I could save. And instead you look like someone who does the saving. Sirius laughed, hollow and tired. James would have been proud. Lily too, I think. You've got her eyes, but everything else is pure Potter. Tell me about them. The words came out harder than Harry intended. He'd spent 15 years with a hole where his birth parents should have been, a void filled with fragments and second-hand stories and the occasional flash of his mother's voice screaming as she died. He needed more than fragments. Sirius's expression softened. James was my best friend. We met on the train to Hogwarts, first year, and by the end of the day we were inseparable. Him and me and Remus and Peter, the Marauders, we called ourselves. Arrogant little idiots who thought we owned the world. His voice turned wistful. We made a map of the school that showed everyone's location. We became animagi, illegally, just to keep Remus company during his transformations. We pranked the Slytherins so badly they were afraid to enter the Great Hall. And my mother? Lily was. Sirius trailed off, searching for words. Brilliant. Fierce. She saw through James's arrogance from day one and refused to give him the time of day until he grew up. It took him 6 years to earn her respect, another year after that to earn her heart. But once she loved you, that was it. She'd burn the world down to protect the people she cared about. Harry thought about the night she died. The flash of green light. Her body falling. She died for me. She did. Sirius's voice roughened. The killing curse hit you, and instead of dying, you somehow reflected it back. The prophecy, the one that marked you as the Dark Lord's equal, it talked about power he knew not. Dumbledore thinks that power was love. Your mother's love, embedded in your soul, protecting you from harm. Dumbledore thinks a lot of things. He does. And he's wrong sometimes. But about this. Sirius shook his head. I was there, Harry. Not that night, I was hunting Peter, the real traitor, but I saw the aftermath. The house destroyed, Voldemort's body gone, and you sitting in the rubble crying. You should have been dead. The fact that you weren't, that's not just luck. Harry absorbed this in silence. Anas had told him about the protection his mother's sacrifice created. The Demon King had analyzed it with clinical precision, identifying the magical signature, tracing its effects, determining how it had interacted with Voldemort's curse. But Anas had never called it love. He'd called it sacrificial resonance, a rare magical phenomenon triggered by deliberate self-destruction in defense of another, same thing, different words. The night it happened, Harry said slowly. You were hunting Peter Pettigrew. The rat. Sirius's face twisted with old fury. He was our friend. Our brother. And he sold James and Lily to Voldemort for his own miserable life. He slammed his fist on the table. I was supposed to be the secret keeper, the one who held the location of their hiding place, but at the last minute, James switched to Peter. It was supposed to be safer. No one would suspect Peter, we thought. But he was already working for Voldemort. For over a year, probably. Feeding information, reporting on order movements. We trusted him completely, and he betrayed us completely. Sirius's voice dropped. When I realized what had happened, I went after him. Cornered him in a street full of muggles. He screamed that I was the traitor, cut off his own finger, blew up the street, and disappeared. Left me holding the wand while 12 innocents died. And they sent you to Azkaban. Without a trial. Crouch, the head of magical law enforcement, was handing out life sentences like candy that year. The war was over, people wanted closure, and I was a convenient scapegoat. Sirius's laugh was bitter. 12 years surrounded by Dementors, reliving my worst memories every moment, and the whole time I knew, that Peter was still alive. Still out there. Still serving the monster who killed my best friends. Harry processed all of this, fitting it into the picture he'd been building. The war that killed his parents hadn't ended when Voldemort fell, it had just gone underground. Shifted into politics and prisons and slow-burning revenge. Where is Pettigrew now? With Voldemort. Sirius's expression darkened. He helped resurrect the Dark Lord 2 years ago. Used his own hand as part of the ritual, got a silver replacement as a reward. Last I heard, he's serving as Voldemort's personal rat, running errands and licking boots. Then I'll have to find him eventually. You'll have to get in line. Sirius stood, pacing the cramped kitchen like a caged animal. Harry, I didn't ask you here just to share war stories. There's something else. Something you need to see. He pulled a small box from his pocket and set it on the table. Inside was a ring. Harry recognized the design immediately, the black family crest, the same one that had sealed Sirius's letter. But underneath the crest, barely visible, was another symbol. A triangle containing a circle containing a line. The Deathly Hallows, Harry said. Sirius's eyebrows shot up. You know about them? My father, Anos, told me. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. 3 legendary that supposedly make their owner the Master of Death. Supposedly. Most people think they're myths. Sirius picked up the ring, turning it in his fingers. This belonged to your father. Not James, your grandfather, Fleamont Potter. It's been in your family for generations, passed down from parent to child. The symbol isn't the Hallows, exactly, it's the mark of the Peverils. The brothers who supposedly created them. Why are you showing me this? Because the Potters are descended from the Peverils. Specifically, from Ignotus Peveril, the brother who received the cloak. Sirius met his eyes. Harry, your family has been connected to the Deathly Hallows for 700 years. The cloak that James used to sneak around Hogwarts, the one that's probably in Dumbledore's possession right now, that's the cloak. The real one. The artifact that grants true invisibility. Harry's mind raced. He'd known about the cloak from Anos's lessons, but he hadn't realized it belonged to his family. That changed things. It meant the Hallows weren't just legends, at least one of them was real, and it was connected to him by blood. Why does this matter? Because Voldemort is searching for them. Sirius's voice dropped. He's obsessed with immortality, with power, with becoming something beyond human. The Horcruxes were his first attempt, splitting his soul to anchor himself to life. But the Hallows represent something else. Something greater. Mastery over death itself. Exactly. If he gets all 3. Sirius shook his head. I don't know what happens. No one does. But it can't be good. Harry took the ring from Sirius's hand, examining it closely. The metal was warm, old, thrumming with faint magical energy. He could feel the weight of centuries in it, generations of Potters wearing this same ring, carrying this same legacy. Does Voldemort know I'm connected to the Peverils? If he doesn't, he will soon. He's been researching bloodlines, tracing family trees, hunting for information. The man is nothing if not thorough. Sirius paused. Harry, there's something else. Something I need to warn you about. What? The thing in your head. The piece of him. Harry went very still. Dumbledore told you. Dumbledore told me enough. He said you carry a fragment of Voldemort's soul, accidentally created when the killing curse rebounded. Sirius's voice was careful, almost gentle. He said you've learned to control the connection, to use it against him. That's good. But Harry, fragments like that, they're not stable. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. Eventually it'll try to take over. Or merge with you entirely. Make you something you're not. Sirius gripped his shoulder. You need to destroy it. Soon. Before it's too late. Harry thought about the voice he sometimes heard in his dreams. The cold presence that lurked at the edge of his consciousness, watching, waiting. The flashes of Voldemort's rage and hunger that bled through despite his best efforts at shielding that he'd been ignoring it. Treating it as a tool rather than a threat, maybe that had been a mistake. Anas said I should grow strong enough to destroy it myself. And maybe you should. But growing strong takes time, and time might not be something you have. Sirius released his shoulder. I'm not telling you what to do. I barely know you, I don't have that right. But if James and Lily were here, they'd tell you the same thing. Don't let him win. Don't let any part of him survive inside you. Harry pocketed the ring. I'll think about it. That's all I'm asking. Sirius managed a tired smile. Now, are you hungry? This house is a nightmare, but the kitchen's still functional, and I make a decent stew. I could eat. They spent the next 3 hours talking, about James and Lily, about the old Order of the Phoenix, about the war and its aftermath and the complicated web of politics that had shaped the wizarding world. Sirius told stories about Hogwarts pranks and near-death adventures and the time James accidentally turned himself into a teapot for an entire weekend. Harry listened, and laughed, and felt something loosen in his chest. This was what he'd been missing. Connection to his past. Someone who'd known his parents as people, not symbols. When he finally left, stepping back out into the London night, Sirius stopped him at the door. Harry. Yeah. I know I haven't earned the right to say this. I wasn't there when you needed me, and nothing I do now can change that. Sirius's voice cracked slightly. But I'm glad you came back. I'm glad you're alive. And whatever happens next, whatever Voldemort does or the Ministry tries, you're not alone. Not anymore. Harry didn't know what to say. So he just nodded and walked away into the darkness. Misha was waiting when he got back to Hogwarts. She stood in the entrance hall like she'd never left, silver hair gleaming in the torchlight, violet eyes bright with something that made Harry's heart stutter. The moment she saw him, she crossed the distance between them in 3 quick strides. You're back. I'm back. She stopped just inches away, close enough that he could smell the familiar scent of her, something like winter flowers and starlight, if those things had smells. Miss me? Every second. The words came out before he could stop them. Misha's cheeks flushed slightly, and for a moment neither of them moved. Then she pulled him into a hug. Harry stood frozen for a heartbeat, and used a physical affection that wasn't combat-related. Then his arms came up, wrapping around her, holding her close. She was warm and solid in here, and something that had been wound tight inside him for 3 days finally relaxed. I found things, she murmured against his shoulder. Important things. About what Voldemort's trying to do. Tell me. She pulled back, but didn't let go entirely. Her hands stayed on his arms, maintaining contact. Not here. Somewhere private. This is too big to discuss in the open. Harry glanced around the entrance hall. A few students lingered, watching them with open curiosity. The Demon King's son and his demon companion, reunited after a mysterious separation. The gossip would spread by morning. Let it. My room, he said. The common room should be empty this late. They walked together through the castle, shoulders occasionally brushing. Harry told her about Sirius, about the ring, about the Deathly Hallows connection. She listened without interrupting, her expression growing more serious with each revelation. The Gryffindor common room was indeed empty when they arrived. Harry cast a quick privacy ward, something Anas had taught him, layers of magical interference that would prevent eavesdropping, and settled onto one of the couches. Misha sat beside him, close enough that their knees touched. The dimensional fluctuations I detected before I left, she began. I traced them to their source. It's not Voldemort, not directly. Then who? Something older. Something that's been watching this dimension for a very long time, waiting for an opportunity. Misha's voice dropped. When Voldemort made his Horcruxes, he tore his soul apart. That kind of damage doesn't just affect the individual, it creates ripples in the fabric of reality. Tiny cracks that something on the other side noticed. What kind of something? We don't have a name for it. Even Anos couldn't identify it for certain. But it's powerful, intelligent, and very interested in crossing over. She met his eyes. Harry, the entity has been feeding Voldemort information. Teaching him about dimensional magic, showing him how to attempt a breach. It's using him. Harry's blood went cold. Using him for what? To open a door. A permanent gateway between dimensions that would let it, and things like it, enter this world freely. Misha shook her head. Voldemort thinks he's gaining power, learning secrets. He doesn't understand that he's being manipulated by something that makes him look like an insect. Can we stop it? Maybe. The gateway requires massive amounts of energy and very specific conditions. If we can disrupt the ritual before it's complete, we can prevent the breach. She paused. But there's a complication. Of course there is. The entity has bonded with Voldemort's Horcruxes. It's drawing power from them, using them as anchors in this dimension. As long as the Horcruxes exist, the entity has a foothold here. And as long as it has a foothold, it can keep trying to open the door. Exactly. Misha took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. Harry, we need to destroy the Horcruxes. All of them. Not just to kill Voldemort, to prevent something much worse from using him as a bridge. Harry stared at their joined hands, processing the implications that he'd always known the Horcruxes needed to be destroyed. It was central to any plan for defeating Voldemort permanently. But he'd thought he had time, years, maybe, to track them down, to prepare, to find the right moment. Now time was a luxury he didn't have. How many are there? 6, originally. Voldemort split his soul into 7 pieces, the main part that inhabits his body, plus 6 fragments hidden in various objects. Misha counted them off on her fingers. The diary was destroyed years ago. Dumbledore found and destroyed a ring recently. That leaves the locket, the cup, the diadem, and the snake. And me. Misha's grip tightened. And you. So I'm one of the anchors. One of the things holding the door open for whatever's trying to come through. Harry, it's fine. It wasn't, but he pushed the fear aside. I knew I'd have to deal with it eventually. Sirius said the same thing tonight, destroy it before it destroys me. There might be a way. Misha's voice was careful, measured. Anas sent me back with something. A technique that could remove the fragment without killing you. Could. It's never been tested on a human. And the process would be. She hesitated. Painful. Extremely painful. The soul fragment has been part of you for 15 years. Removing it would feel like tearing out a piece of yourself. But I'd survive. Probably. Anas estimates a 70% chance. Harry laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. 70%. Better odds than most things I've faced. Harry, you don't have to decide right now. We can wait, research more, find a safer method. There isn't time. He met her eyes, finding the strength there that he couldn't quite summon himself. You said it yourself. The entity is feeding on the Horcruxes, building power, preparing for the breach. Every day I wait is another day it gets stronger. But if something goes wrong, then you'll figure it out. You and Anas and everyone else who cares about stopping this. Harry squeezed her hand. Misha, I've spent my whole life preparing for battles I might not survive. That's what growing up in the demon realm means. If there's a 70% chance I walk out of this alive and Voldemort loses one of his anchors. That's a trade I'm willing to make. Misha was quiet for a long moment, then she leaned forward and kissed him, not on the cheek this time. On the lips that it was brief, barely a second, but it sent electricity through Harry's entire body. When she pulled back, her violet eyes were bright with emotion. "If you die," she said softly, "I'm going to be very upset with you." Noted. "And then I'm going to march into whatever afterlife exists for humans and drag you back myself. I'd expect nothing less." She smiled, and even through the fear and the exhaustion and the weight of everything pressing down on him, Harry felt something warm kindle in his chest. They sat together in the empty common room, hands still linked, watching the fire burn low. Tomorrow, there would be wars to plan and horcruxes to hunt and demons to bargain with, but tonight, for just this moment, they had each other. That it was enough. The news spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Anos Voldigoad was coming. Harry had sent word. Through the ring his father had given him, a pulse of magical energy that said, "I need you," more clearly than any words could. The response came within hours. A dimensional gate would open in the Forbidden Forest at midnight, and the Demon King of Tyranny would step through. Dumbledore, when Harry informed him, had gone very pale. "You're certain this is necessary? The Horcrux has to come out. Anos has the only technique that might do it safely." Harry didn't mention the 70% survival rate. Some things were better left unsaid. "And you trust him?" "Your adopted father. With my life. Literally, in this case." Dumbledore absorbed this in silence. Whatever reservations he had about demons and dimensional travel and powers beyond his comprehension, he kept them to himself. "I'll ensure the forest is clear of students. The last thing we need is someone stumbling onto a portal between worlds." "Thank you, Harry." Dumbledore's voice stopped him at the door. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry that you have to do this. That any of this falls on your shoulders. Save the apologies for after I survive." He left before Dumbledore could respond. The Forbidden Forest at midnight was exactly as ominous as it sounded. Harry walked between ancient trees, following paths that weren't quite paths, surrounded by darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. Misha walked beside him, her demon senses alert for any threats. The forest's usual inhabitants, centaurs, acromantulas, things that lurked in shadows, had apparently decided to stay away tonight. Smart of them. The clearing appeared suddenly, as if the forest had decided to make room. Harry stepped into an open space roughly 50 feet across, bathed in moonlight, and felt the familiar crackle of dimensional energy building in the air. The gate opened like a wound in reality. Black energy swirled, shot through with veins of deep purple. The edges of the portal crackled and sparked, and through it stepped Anos Voldigoad. The Demon King looked exactly as Harry remembered, tall, dark-haired, eyes the color of fresh blood. His presence hit the clearing like a physical force, making the trees groan and the ground tremble slightly. Even Misha, who'd grown up around him, straightened unconsciously. "Harry." Anos's voice was warm despite his terrifying aura. "You've gotten taller. It's been 3 weeks. Growth spurts are unpredictable." Anos stepped fully through the gate, letting it close behind him. His gaze swept the forest with casual disdain. "This is the dimension you were born in. It feels thin. Like reality is holding together through wishful thinking rather than structural integrity. It's not that bad. It's not that good either." Anos turned to Misha. "Report." She filled him in quickly. The entity, the Horcruxes, the connection between Voldemort's soul fragments and the dimensional breach attempt. Anos listened without expression, asking occasional questions, his mind clearly working through implications and contingencies. "The technique I sent," he said when she finished. "You've prepared it? Everything's ready. I just need the subject." Both of them looked at Harry. "Right." He took a breath, pushing down the fear that clawed at his chest. "Let's do this." Anos moved closer, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You understand the risks? 70% survival rate. You told Misha. I may have been optimistic. The fragment has been embedded for 15 years, far longer than any case we've studied. It's had time to interweave with your own magical core, your memories, your sense of self." Anos's red eyes were serious. "Removing it will feel like dying. Your mind will fight the process, convinced that what I'm cutting away is essential to your survival. If your will falters, even for a moment, the fragment could tear free in a way that takes pieces of you with it. Pieces like what? Memories. Personality traits. Magical abilities. Possibly your capacity for certain emotions. Anos didn't soften the blow. In the worst case, you'd survive as something less than what you were. Functional, but diminished. Harry thought about what that would mean. Forgetting his childhood in the demon realm. Losing his combat instincts, his magical training. Becoming a stranger to everyone who knew him. And the fragment stays in if we don't try. It grows stronger. Eventually, it stops being a passenger and starts being a pilot. You'd become a vector for Voldemort's consciousness, not controlled, exactly, but influenced. Your thoughts would align with his. Your desires would mirror his. You'd still be Harry, technically, but you'd be a Harry that wanted the things he wants. So I either risk losing pieces of myself now, or guarantee losing myself entirely later. That's the calculation, yes. Harry looked at Misha. She was trying to her fear, but he could see it in the tension around her eyes, the set of her jaw. She'd known the stakes since the beginning, and she'd come anyway. Stayed anyway. Kissed him anyway. Do it. Anos nodded and stepped back, beginning to trace patterns in the air with both hands. The symbols that formed were nothing like wizard magic, they were angular, harsh, written in a language that predated human civilization. They hung in the air like burning brands, casting strange shadows across the clearing. Lie down, Misha said softly, guiding Harry to the center of the space Anos had prepared. Try to relax. The calmer you are going in, the better your chances. You're not really selling the relaxation angle here. I know. She knelt beside him, taking his hand. But I'm going to be right here the whole time. Whatever you see, whatever you feel, I'm here. The symbols began to rotate, forming a spiral above Harry's chest. The air grew cold, then hot, then something that wasn't temperature at all. His scars started to burn. This will hurt, Anos said. Embrace the pain. Let it flow through you without resistance. The more you fight, the worse the damage. Any other cheerful advice? Yes. Anos's red eyes met his. Don't die. I didn't raise a son to lose him to a fragment of someone else's broken soul. The spiral descended, Harry screamed, the pain was beyond anything he'd experienced. It wasn't like fire or cutting or blunt trauma, it was deeper, more fundamental. Like something was reaching into the core of his being and pulling, trying to separate him from himself. The scar on his forehead blazed white-hot, and through the agony, Harry could feel the Horcrux fighting. No, the voice thundered through his mind, Voldemort's voice, desperate and furious that you cannot take me. I am part of you. I have always been part of you, Harry gritted his teeth, trying to focus on Anos's instructions. Embrace the pain. Let it flow. Don't resist, but it was impossible. Every instinct screamed at him to fight back, to push the intruding presence away, to protect the boundaries of his own consciousness. Potter, the internal landscape shifted. Harry found himself standing in a dark corridor, featureless, endless, lit by a faint red glow that seemed to come from nowhere. Before him stood a figure he recognized, Tom Riddle. Not the snake-faced monster Voldemort had become, but the handsome boy from Dumbledore's memory. 11 years old, dressed in second-hand clothes, watching Harry with eyes that burned with cold fury. You think you can remove me? The boy's voice echoed strangely. I've been with you since you were a child. I've seen every thought, every dream, every moment of weakness. I know you better than you know yourself. You're a fragment. A parasite. I'm you. Tom stepped closer, his form flickering, sometimes the boy, sometimes the monster, sometimes something in between. Everything you are, I helped create. Your anger, your drive, your absolute certainty that you're right and everyone else is wrong. Those came from me. They came from Anos. Did they? Tom smiled, and it was a terrible thing. Or did the demon just build on what was already there? A child raised by monsters, taught to value power above all else, convinced that the rules don't apply to him. Sound familiar? Harry wanted to deny it. To claim that everything good in him came from his own choices, his own nature. But the words caught in his throat, because some of what Tom said was true, that he did believe he was right. He did think the rules didn't apply to him. He looked at normal people, normal wizards, normal humans, and saw weakness, limitations, things to be overcome or ignored. That certainty had served him well in the demon realm. But was it really him? Or was it the fragment, whispering in his ear for 15 years, shaping him into something closer to its creator? You're doubting yourself. Tom's smile widened. Good. Doubt is the beginning of surrender. Just let go, Harry. Stop fighting. I'll take care of everything from here. No. No. The boy's expression flickered, surprise, annoyance. You're in pain. The ritual is tearing you apart. All you have to do is stop resisting and the pain ends. You said you know me better than I know myself. Harry straightened, finding his center, drawing on reserves of will he hadn't known he possessed. So you should know this, I don't surrender. Not to you, not to Anos, not to anyone. I make my own choices. Then you'll die making this one. Maybe. Harry stepped forward, closing the distance between them. But I'd rather die as myself than live as your puppet. He reached out and grabbed Tom Riddle by the throat. The boy's eyes went wide, shock and something that might have been fear. You can't, this is a mental construct, you don't have the power to. I was raised by the demon king of tyranny. Harry's grip tightened. I've killed things that would eat your dark lord for breakfast. You think you're strong because you've been feeding on my magic for 15 years? He pulled, and the Horcrux screamed. Harry's eyes snapped open that he was back in the forest clearing, lying on cold ground, staring up at stars that wheeled slowly overhead. His body felt like it had been through a meat grinder, but his mind was clear, clearer than it had been in years. Maybe ever. There was a silence in his thoughts where the constant low whisper had lived, a lightness where the weight of the fragment had pressed. He felt whole in a way he hadn't realized he'd been missing. Harry. Misha's face appeared above him, tear-streaked and terrified and so beautiful it hurt to look at. He reached up, touching her cheek with trembling fingers. Hey. She laughed, a sound that was half sob, and pulled him into a crushing embrace. You idiot. You absolute idiot. You stopped breathing for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Sorry. He held her back, feeling her heartbeat against his chest. Won't do it again. You'd better not. Anos appeared in his field of vision, looking down at both of them with an expression that was almost soft. The fragment is gone. Completely. I've never seen anyone survive extraction through sheer force of will before. A hint of pride entered his voice. You are, without question, my son. Harry tried to sit up and mostly failed. Misha helped him, supporting his weight while his limbs remembered how to work. What happened? I remember. Tom. A boy who looked like Voldemort. The fragment personified itself. It's a defense mechanism. Some Horcruxes create avatars to negotiate or fight when threatened. Anos crouched beside them. You confronted it directly. Overpowered it. Tore it out by hand. I didn't know I could do that. Neither did I. Anos's red eyes glittered. You're stronger than I calculated. The 70% survival rate assumed you'd passively endure the extraction. Instead, you actively participated. Took control of the process. Is that good? It's unprecedented. And yes, probably good. Anos stood, offering Harry a hand up. The fragment's destruction will have effects. Voldemort will feel it, the loss of a piece of himself is impossible to miss. He'll know what you've done and what it means. That I'm coming for the rest. That you've declared war in a way he can no longer ignore. Anos's expression hardened. The entity backing him will respond too. You've removed one of its anchors in this dimension. It will want to prevent you from removing the others. Let it try. Harry got his feet under him, swaying slightly but standing on his own. The emptiness where the Horcrux had been was still strange, but underneath it, he felt something building. Power that had been suppressed, fighting the fragment's influence for years, finally free to express itself. He raised his hand and called fire. It came easier than ever before, not just the demon fire Anos had taught him, but wizard flame too, both types swirling together in a spiral of purple and gold. The clearing lit up like a sunrise, and Harry felt the magic flowing through him without resistance. Whoa! Misha stared at the display. That's new. The fragment was limiting you. Anos sounded pleased. Siphoning off power for itself, creating interference between your natural abilities and your training. Without it, I'm what I was always supposed to be. Exactly. Anos clapped him on the shoulder. Rest tonight. Recover. Tomorrow, we begin planning in earnest. 4 Horcruxes remain, plus the main body. Each will be harder to destroy than a fragment embedded in your own soul. I know. And an entity from beyond the dimensional barriers wants to use you as a stepping stone to invade your birth world. I know. And the human government of this dimension is actively working against you, branding you a dark wizard while the actual dark wizard builds power unchallenged. I know, Dad. The word slipped out before Harry could stop it. Anos went very still. Misha made a soft sound of surprise. Harry felt heat creeping up his neck. I mean, Anos, no. The Demon King's voice was strange, thick, almost. No, that was acceptable. He turned away, but not before Harry caught the ghost of a smile on his face. Get some rest, son. We have a war to win. He stepped toward the edge of the clearing, preparing to open a gate back to the demon realm. Then he paused. Harry. Yeah. Your mother, Lily. The protection she gave you. Anos didn't turn around. It's still there. Not in the scar, but deeper. Woven into your magical core. Whatever power her sacrifice created, the fragment's removal hasn't destroyed it. What does that mean? It means that when you face Voldemort, the real one, the main body, you'll have weapons he doesn't expect. The power of demons and the protection of a mother's love. Anos's voice carried a note of something that might have been respect. The Dark Lord won't know what hit him. The gate opened, swallowing him in darkness and light. Harry stood in the clearing, Misha's hand in his, feeling the stars well overhead. The Horcrux was gone. His mind was his own. And for the first time since arriving in this world, he truly believed he could win. Chapter 5, Fractures. Voldemort felt the Horcrux die. Harry knew because the connection went both ways. For one searing moment, he experienced the Dark Lord's shock and fury as clearly as if it were his own. Rage that bordered on insanity. Terror that something essential had been ripped away. And underneath it all, a cold, calculating mind already racing through contingencies that he knows, Harry thought, lying in his dormitory bed 3 days after the ritual. He knows what I did, and he's going to respond. The response came faster than expected. Azkaban has fallen. Dumbledore's announcement hit the Great Hall like a physical blow. Students stopped mid-bite, conversations died, and a wave of fear rolled through the room so thick Harry could almost taste it. Early this morning, forces loyal to Lord Voldemort attacked the wizard prison. The Dementors have abandoned their posts and joined his cause. Every Death Eater imprisoned there has been freed. Dumbledore's voice was steady, but his face showed every one of his years. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because you deserve the truth. The war many hoped would never come has begun. Whispers exploded through the hall. Some students were crying. Others looked ready to run. At the Slytherin table, several faces showed expressions that weren't quite fear, anticipation, maybe excitement. Hogwarts remains the safest place in Britain, Dumbledore continued. The wards here have stood for 1,000 years, and they will not fail now. But I must ask all of you to be vigilant. To look out for each other. And to remember that in dark times, the bonds we forge with our friends and allies are the strongest weapons we possess. He sat down heavily, the hall erupted into chaos. Harry remained still, processing the implications. Azkaban's fall meant hundreds of Death Eaters back in circulation, experienced fighters, loyal to Voldemort, burning for revenge after years of imprisonment. The Dementors joining the enemy was worse. Those creatures could incapacitate entire armies, drain hope and happiness from anyone nearby, and all of it was a response to what Harry had done. "This is your fault, isn't it?" Ron's voice was quiet, pitched not to carry. I don't mean that badly. Just, the timing. The Horcrux. He felt me destroy it. Harry watched the panicking students with detached calm. He's escalating because he knows I'm coming for the rest. So what do we do? Train harder. Move faster. Find the remaining pieces before he can protect them. Harry stood, leaving his breakfast untouched. I need to talk to Dumbledore. He walked toward the head table, ignoring the stares that followed him. The old wizard saw him coming and rose to meet him, gesturing toward a side door. "Mr. Potter. I assume you have questions. I have information." Harry followed him into a small antechamber, waiting until the door closed before continuing. "Voldemort has 4 Horcruxes left, plus his main body. I know what most of them are and roughly where to find them." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "How?" "The fragment I destroyed. Before it died, it showed me things. Tried to use Voldemort's memories to break my will." Harry smiled grimly. "It didn't work out the way it planned." "What did you see?" "A locket that belonged to Salazar Slytherin. A cup that belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. A diadem that belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw. And a snake, his familiar, Nagini." Harry ticked them off on his fingers. "The locket is in a cave somewhere on the coast, protected by dark magic and inferi. The cup is in a Gringotts vault. The diadem is, here. Here. At Hogwarts. Hidden somewhere in the castle." Harry watched Dumbledore's face cycle through shock, horror, and something that looked like self-recrimination. "You didn't know." "I suspected there might be a Horcrux at the school. Tom was always obsessed with Hogwarts. It was the first place he ever felt powerful." Dumbledore closed his eyes. "But I never found evidence. Never confirmed it. The room of requirement. It can become a room where lost things are hidden. The diadem is somewhere in there, buried under centuries of accumulated junk. Then that's where we start." Dumbledore's voice hardened with resolve. "Tonight. While the students are distracted by the news about Azkaban. I want to bring my team. Your training group. The best of them. Ron, Hermione, a few others who can handle combat situations." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. They've been preparing for exactly this kind of mission. It's time to put that preparation to use. Dumbledore hesitated. Harry could see him wrestling with it, the instinct to protect the students, to keep them out of danger, to handle everything himself. "They're going to fight eventually," Harry said quietly. "The war you just announced guarantees that. Better they learn what it's like while I'm there to keep them alive. You sound very certain of your ability to protect them." "I am." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, acceptance, maybe. Or just exhaustion. "Very well. Gather your team. We move at midnight." The room of hidden things was a cathedral of garbage. Harry stood at the entrance, staring at mountains of forgotten objects that stretched as far as he could see. Broken furniture, outdated textbooks, confiscated items, failed experiments, centuries of Hogwarts detritus piled in towering heaps that created narrow passages and unexpected dead ends. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. How are we supposed to find anything in this? We spread out. Cover ground systematically. Harry pulled the Marauder's map from his pocket, a gift from Sirius, useful for navigating the castle's secrets. The diadem has a distinct magical signature. Dark, corrupted, wrong. If you get close to it, you'll feel it. And if we find it? Hermione asked. Don't touch it. Call for me immediately. Horcruxes have defenses, they can possess people, drive them mad, kill them outright. Harry met each of their eyes in turn, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna Lovegood, the twins. His core team, the ones who'd proven themselves in training. This isn't practice anymore. Stay sharp. They split up, moving into the maze of discarded objects. Harry took the leftmost path, extending his senses the way Aenos had taught him, feeling for the telltale wrongness that marked a piece of Voldemort's soul. The room seemed to go on forever. Harry passed a cabinet that hummed with trapped magic, a statue that tried to grab his ankle, a pile of books that whispered in languages he didn't recognize. The deeper he went, the older the objects became, from before the Founder's time, things that predated Hogwarts itself, and then he felt it. A pull. A whisper. Something calling to him from deeper in the maze, promising power and knowledge and everything he'd ever wanted if he'd just come a little closer. Harry shook off the compulsion and moved toward the source. The diadem sat on a dusty bust, almost invisible beneath a tangled wig. It was beautiful, delicate silver work, a single sapphire gleaming in the center. But underneath the beauty, Harry could sense the rot. The wrongness that marked it as something that had been violated, twisted, turned into a prison for a fragment of tortured soul. Found it. He didn't touch it. Instead, he pulled out the tooth he'd been carrying since the previous night, a basilisk fang, harvested from the corpse in the Chamber of Secrets. One of the few substances that could destroy a Horcrux without specialized demon magic. Wait. The voice came from behind him. Harry spun, wand raised, to find Draco Malfoy standing 10 feet away. The blond boy looked terrible, pale, sweating, dark circles under his eyes. His wand trembled in his hand. Malfoy. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. Draco's voice cracked. Looking for something, Potter. Something the Dark Lord wants. So he sent you. Harry didn't lower his wand. The youngest Death Eater, tasked with stopping me. What did he promise you, Malfoy? Power. Protection for your family. Shut up. You don't know anything. I know you're scared. I can see it in your face. Harry kept his voice calm, almost gentle. Whatever he threatened you with, whatever he said he'd do if you failed, it's nothing compared to what I'll do if you try to stop me. Draco's wand arm shook harder. I have to. He'll kill my mother. My father's already in Azkaban, was in Azkaban, and now he's back with them, and if I don't prove myself, then leave. What? Leave. Walk away. Tell Voldemort you couldn't find me, or you got lost, or whatever lie you need to tell. Harry lowered his wand slightly. I'm not your enemy, Malfoy. I don't care about your family's politics or your father's choices. But if you stand between me and that Horcrux, I will go through you. Draco stared at him, terror and indecision warring in his eyes. He'll know, he whispered. He always knows. He's not omniscient. He's just good at making people think he is. Harry took a step closer. You're 15 years old, Draco. You shouldn't have to choose between your family and your soul. But that's the choice he's forcing on you, and you need to make it now. Silence stretched between them, then Draco lowered his wand. I can't help you, he said, voice barely audible. But I won't stop you either. He turned and disappeared into the maze. Harry watched him go, feeling something complicated in his chest. Draco Malfoy was a brat and a bully and probably deserved whatever karma was coming his way. But he was also a kid who'd been handed an impossible situation by adults who should have protected him. Some things were universal, apparently. Even across dimensional barriers, Harry turned back to the diadem, raised the basilisk fang, and brought it down. The Horcrux screamed. The sound was worse than anything Harry had experienced outside the ritual that removed his own fragment. A shriek of pure agony that seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing off the piled junk, shaking dust from surfaces that hadn't been disturbed in centuries. The diadem dissolved into black smoke that writhed and twisted, forming shapes, faces, hands, mouths that screamed accusations Harry couldn't quite hear. Then it dissipated, leaving nothing but a melted lump of silver where the artifact had been. Harry! Hermione burst through a gap in the nearest pile, wand raised, Ron and the others close behind. They skidded to a halt, staring at the destroyed Horcrux. Did you? It's done. Harry pocketed the basilisk fang. One down, 3 to go. That was. Neville shook his head. I heard the scream from the other side of the room. It was awful. They all will be. Pieces of soul don't go quietly. Harry started walking back toward the exit. We need to move. Voldemort will have felt that. Felt it how? The same way he felt when I destroyed the fragment in my head. Like losing a limb. Harry's expression was grim. He's going to be angry. And when Voldemort's angry, people die. They made it back to the corridor outside the room of requirement without incident. Dumbledore was waiting for them, his face showing relief that shifted to calculation when Harry held up the melted diadem. It's destroyed. Completely. Then we have 3 left. The locket, the cup, and the snake. Dumbledore frowned. The cave will be dangerous. The vault will be nearly impossible. And the snake never leaves Voldemort's side. So we start with the hardest target first. Harry's mind was already racing through possibilities. Gringotts. If we can get the cup, Mr. Potter. The voice came from behind them. Harry turned to find Professor McGonagall hurrying toward them, her face pale. Headmaster. Mr. Potter. We have a situation. What kind of situation? The Ministry. McGonagall's voice was tight with controlled fury. They've sent orders. A full squad, led by Undersecretary Umbridge. They're demanding access to the castle. Dumbledore's expression hardened. On what grounds? They claim they have evidence that Harry Potter is harboring dark and conspiring with demonic entities to undermine the legitimate government of magical Britain. McGonagall's lips thinned. They're calling it Operation Clean Sweep. They want to arrest him. Harry laughed, a sharp, humorless sound. Of course they do. I destroy a Horcrux, and the Ministry decides I'm the threat. The timing cannot be coincidence. Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful. Voldemort has operatives in the Ministry. When he felt the diadem's destruction, he must have ordered them to act. So he's using the government as a weapon against me while he regroups. Harry nodded slowly. Smart. If I'm fighting Aurors, I'm not hunting Horcruxes. What do we do? Ron asked. We don't let him dictate the terms of engagement. Harry looked at Dumbledore. How long can you delay them? An hour, perhaps 2. Hogwarts wards give me considerable legal authority over who enters the grounds. Then I need to move. Now. Harry turned to his team. The Gringotts mission is off, I can't risk you getting caught in the crossfire. Hermione, I need everything you can find on the cave where the locket is hidden. Ron, contact your brother Bill, he works for the goblins, he might know something about the security on the Lestrange vault. And you? Hermione asked. I'm going to give the Ministry something else to worry about. He walked toward the nearest window, pulling out the ring Anos had given him. Harry, wait. Misha emerged from the shadows where she'd been watching. You can't take on the Ministry alone. I'm not planning to fight them. Just, remind them who they're dealing with. That sounds like fighting with extra steps. Maybe. Harry smiled despite everything. But it'll be entertaining. He pressed his palm against the window, channeling magic into the glass. It shimmered, becoming transparent, then intangible. Anos taught me how to make exits where I need them, he explained. The wards don't stop me from leaving, just from letting things in. And where are you going? The Ministry of Magic. Harry stepped onto the windowsill, looking down at the grounds far below. They want Harry Potter. They're going to get him. He jumped. The Ministry of Magic was having a very bad day. Harry landed in the atrium with enough force to crack the marble floor, his arrival announced by a thunderclap of displaced air. The morning crowd of bureaucrats and visitors scattered, screaming. Wands appeared everywhere. Harry Potter, someone shouted. Present and accounted for. Harry stood slowly, letting them see him clearly, the scar, the confident posture, the complete lack of fear. I hear you've been looking for me. Aurors pushed through the crowd, forming a semicircle around him. Their captain, a scarred veteran with hard eyes, raised his wand. Harry Potter, you are under arrest for conspiracy, harboring dark, and acts of magical terrorism. Come quietly and you won't be harmed. Magical terrorism. Harry rolled the words around like they tasted bad. That's creative. Who came up with that one, Umbridge? Fudge. It doesn't matter who, it matters if your boss is taking orders from Voldemort. The name sent a ripple of flinches through the Aurors. Harry smiled. Oh, didn't you know? The Dark Lord has operatives in your ministry. Pretty high up, too. Right now, while you're arresting me, he's consolidating power and planning his next move. Harry spread his hands. But sure, let's focus on the teenager. That seems productive. You're trying to distract us, I'm trying to help you. There's a difference. Harry dropped his hands, and something in his posture shifted, harder, colder. But if you really want to do this, fine. Let's see how it goes. The captain hesitated. Around him, the other Aurors exchanged uncertain glances. You're one boy against a dozen trained Aurors. I was raised by the Demon King of Tyranny. I've killed things that would make your worst nightmares look tame. Harry let power gather around him, not visibly, not yet, but present. A pressure that made the air feel heavy. Do you really want to find out if you can take me? Silence, then a new voice cut through the tension. Stand down. The Aurors turned. Walking toward them through the crowd was a woman Harry didn't recognize, tall, dark-skinned, with close-cropped hair and an air of command that made the captain look like a child playing dress-up. Madam Bones, the captain said, surprised. We were told, you were told wrong. The woman, Bones, stopped a few feet from Harry, studying him with sharp eyes. Harry Potter. I'm Amelia Bones, head of magical law enforcement. I'd like a word. About my arrest? About whether an arrest is warranted. She glanced at the Aurors. Clear the area. Give us some privacy. Ma'am, he's dangerous, I'm aware of what he is. I'm also aware that he just walked into the ministry alone, unarmed, and hasn't actually attacked anyone. Bones raised an eyebrow at Harry. Unless I'm missing something. No attacks. Just wanted to have a conversation. Then let's have one. The Aurors retreated, reluctantly. The crowd dispersed, though plenty of people lingered at a distance, watching. Harry found himself alone with Amelia Bones in a bubble of cleared space. You're either very brave or very stupid, Bones said quietly. Coming here like this. Maybe both. The charges against you are serious. The evidence is thin, but Umbridge has Fudge's ear, and Fudge is terrified of anything that might make his denial of Voldemort's return look foolish. So he's decided I'm the bigger threat. Convenient. Politics usually are. Bones crossed her arms. Tell me why I shouldn't arrest you right now. Harry considered his answer carefully. This woman was neither an ally nor an enemy, she was a professional, doing her job, trying to navigate an impossible situation. He needed to give her something she could work with. Because Voldemort is back, and you know it. Because the attack on Azkaban this morning proves it. Because every hour you spend chasing me is an hour you're not spending on the actual threat. And the dark. The demonic entities. The artifact I was harboring was a Horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's soul, hidden at Hogwarts for decades. I destroyed it last night. Harry held her gaze. As for demonic entities, yes, I was raised by demons. Yes, I have demon allies. But they're not here to conquer or destroy. They're here to help me stop a dark wizard who wants to tear a hole between dimensions and let something through that makes Voldemort look like a kitten. Bones absorbed this in silence. You expect me to believe that? I expect you to investigate it. You're the head of magical law enforcement, you have resources, contacts, ways of finding out if I'm telling the truth. Harry shrugged. Or you can arrest me, hand me over to Umbridge, and watch everything fall apart while Voldemort laughs. Those are my only options. No. There's a third option. Which is? Work with me. Harry stepped closer, lowering his voice. I know where the other Horcruxes are. I know how to destroy them. I have power and resources that your ministry can only dream of. Together, we could end this war before it really begins. You're asking me to trust you. I'm asking you to trust the evidence. Look at what Voldemort's doing. Look at who benefits from my arrest. Then make your own decision. Bones was quiet for a long moment. I'm going to look into this, she said finally. The Horcruxes, the dimensional threats, all of it. If I find evidence that supports your claims, then we talk again. And if I don't? Then you probably won't see me again. Harry smiled slightly. I'm not going to prison, Madam Bones. Not for crimes I didn't commit, not while there's work to be done. That sounds like a threat. It's a statement of fact. Interpret it however you want. He turned toward the exit, half expecting a stunning spell in the back. None came. Potter. He paused. If you're right about all this, about Voldemort, about the ministry being compromised, then you need allies who aren't demons. Bones's voice was hard but not hostile. Keep that in mind. I will. Harry walked out of the Ministry of Magic with every eye on his back. The next few days were chaos. The Prophet ran conflicting stories. One day Harry was a dangerous dark wizard, the next he was a misunderstood hero. Umbridge pushed for his immediate arrest while Bones launched a quiet investigation that had half the ministry on edge. Dumbledore issued public statements supporting Harry's innocence that were immediately countered by Fudge's increasingly desperate denials, and through it all, Harry planned. The cave is here. Hermione spread a map across the table in the room of requirement, pointing to a spot on the coast. Based on what we found, it's a sea cave only accessible at low tide. Heavy enchantments, anti-apparition, anti-portkey, some kind of blood magic at the entrance. Blood magic? Ron looked queasy. You have to give blood to get in. A sacrifice, essentially. Hermione's expression was troubled. There's also mention of inferi, animated corpses. The lake inside the cave is supposedly full of them. Defensive measures. Harry studied the map. Voldemort built a gauntlet. Anyone trying to reach the Horcrux has to fight through layers of protection. Can you get through them? Individually, yes. The question is whether I can get through all of them fast enough to grab the locket before the inferi swarm me. You're not going alone, Misha said firmly. She'd been quiet during the planning sessions, but Harry recognized that tone. It wasn't a suggestion. Misha, I've fought worse than animated corpses. And my magic isn't affected by human anti-apparition wards. If things go wrong, I can get us both out. And if you get hurt? Then you can explain to my father why you let me stay behind while you walked into danger alone. Her violet eyes flashed. Which of us is better at handling Anos when he's upset? Harry didn't have a good answer for that. Fine. You come with me to the cave. He looked at the others. The rest of you stay here. Keep the training group running, keep an eye on the ministry situation, and if something happens to us, don't, Ron said. Don't start making contingency plans for your death. It's creepy. It's practical. It's creepy. You're going to be fine. You're always fine. Ron's voice was strained, but his jaw was set with determination. Go get the locket. Come back. We'll figure out the snake and the cup after. Harry clasped his friend's shoulder. Thanks, Ron. Yeah, well. Someone's got to keep you from being stupid. They left that night. The cave was worse than the research suggested. Harry stood at the entrance, looking down at water so dark it seemed to absorb light entirely. The cliff face behind him was slick with spray and centuries of accumulated salt. The only way forward was down. I can feel the wards from here, Misha murmured. Nasty. Whoever designed them wanted anyone who got this far to suffer. That's Voldemort for you. Harry pulled out a knife. The blood price. One way in. Let me, no. He cut his palm before she could argue, letting the blood drip onto the stone. The rock shimmered, groaned, and split apart to reveal a passage descending into darkness. He used human blood for the ward. Demon blood might not work. That's a guess. It's a reasonable guess. Harry wrapped his hand quickly. Stay close. And if I tell you to run, run. Don't argue, don't hesitate. Just go. Misha's expression suggested she'd do no such thing, but she nodded. They entered the cave, the passage twisted and turned, narrowing until they had to walk single file. The darkness was absolute. Harry conjured light, but it seemed muted, struggling against shadows that pressed in from all sides. The air grew colder as they descended. Finally, the passage opened into a vast cavern. The lake stretched before them, black and still as glass. In the center, barely visible, a small island rose from the water with something glowing faintly on its surface. The Horcrux, Harry breathed. And the Inferi. Misha pointed at the water. If Harry looked closely, he could see shapes beneath the surface, hundreds of them, pale and bloated, floating just below the stillness. They won't activate unless we touch the water or try to take the Horcrux. Harry scanned the shore, looking for a boat or bridge. There should be a way to reach the island. Voldemort would want to check on his treasure. There. Misha indicated a section of the shore where the rock was worn smooth. Something gets pulled up here regularly. Harry reached out with his magic, feeling for the mechanism. A chain, invisible but present, leading down into the water. He pulled that. A small boat rose from the depths, empty and waiting. One person only, Harry said, sensing the enchantment. The boat won't carry more. Then I'll fly. Misha rose a few inches off the ground, her demon magic completely ignoring the cave's wards. Meet you there. They crossed the lake in silence, Harry in the boat, Misha drifting beside him. The water remained still. The Inferi didn't stir. The island was barely 10 feet across. In its center sat a stone basin filled with glowing green liquid. And resting at the bottom of the liquid, just visible through the glow, a golden locket. The potion, Harry said. It's a trap. You can't remove the liquid by magic, it has to be drunk. What does it do? Nothing good. Harry studied the basin, considering options. Voldemort designed this to torment whoever tried to steal his Horcrux. The potion probably causes pain, hallucinations, maybe relives your worst memories. It might even kill you. So we need another way to get the locket out. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a vial. Anos gave me this before I left the demon realm. He called it nullification essence. It's supposed to neutralize any magical substance it touches. Supposed to? He's never tested it on human magic before. Harry uncorked the vial. Only one way to find out. He poured the essence into the basin. The reaction was immediate and violent. The green liquid hissed, bubbled, turned black, and then simply vanished, evaporating into nothing in a matter of seconds. The locket lay at the bottom of the empty basin, gleaming dully in the conjured light. That was anticlimactic, Misha observed. I'll take anticlimactic over torture any day. Harry reached in and grabbed the locket. The inferi erupted from the lake, hundreds of them, surging up from the depths, their waterlogged hands grasping for living flesh. They moved with horrible speed, climbing over each other in their eagerness to reach the island. Go! Harry shouted. Misha grabbed his arm and pulled, through dimensions, through space, through the fabric of reality itself. The cave disappeared in a flash of silver light. They landed on the grounds of Hogwarts, gasping, soaked in lake water that had come through with them. The locket clutched in Harry's hand pulsed with malevolent energy. That, Misha said breathlessly, was too close. But we got it. Harry held up the Horcrux, watching its dark gleam. 2 down. 2 to go. He pulled out the basilisk fang and stabbed. The locket screamed, and somewhere, miles away, Voldemort felt another piece of his soul die. Chapter 6, Convergence. The war came to Hogwarts on a Tuesday. Harry was in the middle of a training session when the ward screamed. Not metaphorically, the ancient protections around the castle actually produced a sound, a keening wail that cut through walls and floors and made everyone's teeth ache. What the hell is that? Ron shouted over the noise. The outer wards. Something's trying to break through. Harry was already moving toward the door. Everyone, defensive positions. This isn't a drill. The room of requirement emptied in seconds, students scattering to predetermined locations throughout the castle. They'd practiced this scenario a dozen times, but practice and reality were different things. Harry could see the fear in their faces as they ran. He found Misha in the corridor, her violet eyes wide. It's him, she said. I can feel his presence pressing against the barriers. He brought an army. How many? Hundreds. Death Eaters, Dementors, Giants, Werewolves. Her voice was steady despite the news. And something else. Something I don't recognize. Harry's blood went cold. The entity. Maybe. Or something it sent. Misha grabbed his arm. Harry, if that thing gets through, it won't. Whatever it takes, it won't. He covered her hand with his. Find Dumbledore. Tell him what's coming. I need to see the battlefield. He ran for the astronomy tower. The view from the top was apocalyptic. Beyond the lake, spreading across the hills like a dark tide, Voldemort's army waited. Harry could see the Death Eaters in their black robes, the giants towering above them, the Dementors circling overhead like vast, tattered vultures. Fires burned where the advance guard had already begun their assault on the outer wards, and at the center of it all, radiating malice that Harry could feel even from this distance, stood the Dark Lord himself. Their eyes met across the miles. Potter. The voice slithered through the Horcrux connection, weaker now, with 2 anchors destroyed, but still present. You've been busy, just getting started. You destroyed my treasures. My legacy. My immortality. The rage that accompanied the words was volcanic. Do you have any idea what you've cost me? 2 pieces of your soul. With 2 more to go. Harry smiled into the darkness. How does it feel, Tom? Knowing that every piece of yourself you ripped away is being hunted? That the immortality you sold your humanity for is crumbling. I will tear you apart. I will destroy everything you love. I will make you beg for death before the end. You can try. Harry severed the connection and turned away from the window. Time to work. The Great Hall had been transformed into a command center. Dumbledore stood at the head of the staff table, coordinating defenses with McGonagall, Flitwick, and the other professors. Order of the Phoenix members had arrived through the Floo network, Sirius among them, his face grim but determined. Aurors loyal to Bones were taking positions at key defensive points. The wards will hold for perhaps 2 hours, Dumbledore was saying as Harry entered. After that, we'll be fighting in the corridors. Then we don't let it get to that. Harry strode to the table, drawing all eyes. Voldemort's here for me. For the remaining Horcruxes. If I go out there, absolutely not, McGonagall snapped. You walking into his army is exactly what he wants. I wasn't suggesting I surrender. I was suggesting I attack. Silence. Attack, Dumbledore repeated slowly. You want to assault an army of hundreds with, what, exactly? Myself. Misha. And anyone else crazy enough to come along. Harry pulled out the map he'd been studying for weeks, troop positions, ward boundaries, tactical vulnerabilities. Voldemort's army is big, but it's not organized. He's got Death Eaters who hate werewolves, giants who don't follow orders, dementors who'll turn on anyone if given the chance. If we hit them hard and fast, in the right places, we can shatter their cohesion before they breach the wards. And the Dark Lord himself? I'll handle him. Harry, he's weaker now than he's ever been. 2 Horcruxes gone, 2 more within our reach. The cup is still in Gringotts, but the snake is right there. Harry jabbed a finger at the map. Nagini never leaves his side. If I can get close enough to kill her while keeping him occupied, you'd be facing Voldemort alone, Sirius said. The most dangerous dark wizard in history, surrounded by his followers, in the middle of a battle. I've faced worse. Have you? Harry met his godfather's eyes. In the demon realm, there's a trial called the Gauntlet of Ascension. You fight through 12 levels of increasingly powerful opponents, ending with a duel against your own instructor. I completed it when I was 13. The final opponent was Anos. The room went very quiet. I didn't win, Harry continued. But I lasted 11 minutes. Anos said that was longer than anyone had managed in 2,000 years. He looked around at the assembled fighters. I'm not saying this to brag. I'm saying it because you need to understand, I was made for battles like this. Let me do what I was trained to do. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. What do you need? A distraction. Something big enough to draw Voldemort's attention while I get into position. Harry turned to Sirius. Can you lead a sortie? Hit their flank, make them think the main attack is coming from the west. With pleasure. I'll coordinate the ward defense, McGonagall said. Keep them from breaching until you've had time to work. Flitwick, Sprout, I need you on the Dementors. Patron uses, as many as you can sustain. Keep those things occupied. The professors nodded. What about us? Ron had appeared with Hermione, Neville, and the core members of the training group. We're not staying inside while everyone else fights. No, you're not. Harry pulled out a small leather pouch. Basilisk fangs. Enough for everyone. If you see the snake, if you get any chance at Nagini, take it. She's the last Horcrux we can reach. And if we can't reach her, then keep the Death Eaters busy and stay alive. Harry clasped Ron's shoulder. You've trained for this. Trust your instincts. Trust each other. Harry. Hermione's voice was thick. Be careful. Always. He turned to Misha, who'd been waiting silently by the door. Ready? I was ready before you were born. She smiled, but her eyes were serious. Let's go kill a Dark Lord. The battle began at dusk. Sirius's sortie hit the western flank like a thunderbolt, Order members and Aurors tearing through the surprised Death Eaters before they could form defensive lines. Giants roared in confusion. Werewolves howled and charged in the wrong direction. The carefully assembled army began to fragment. Harry and Misha moved through the chaos like ghosts. Anos had taught Harry to fight without being seen, not invisibility, exactly, but something subtler. A way of moving that made eyes slide past you, attention failed to register your presence. Combined with Misha's ability to dampen magical signatures, they were effectively undetectable. Nagini's with him, Misha murmured as they circled toward the Dark Lord's position. Coiled around his shoulders. Getting to her without going through him, then we go through him. Harry, I know. Just, stay close. Watch my back. They emerged from cover 50 feet from Voldemort. The Dark Lord stood on a slight rise, watching his army's disarray with cold fury. He was taller than Harry expected, skeletally thin, with red eyes that glowed faintly in the gathering dark. His wand, the Elder Wand, Harry realized with a shock, hung loosely in his pale fingers. Potter. The voice was high and cold, carrying easily over the sounds of battle. I knew you'd come. You can't resist a dramatic entrance, can you? Learned it from you. Harry stepped forward, putting himself between Voldemort and Misha. Nice army. Shame about the organization. Temporary setbacks. When I'm done with you, I'll rebuild. I always rebuild. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted into something like a smile. But first, I want to understand something. The Horcruxes you destroyed, how? They should have been impossible to find, impossible to damage. You underestimated me. I underestimated the demons who raised you. A mistake I won't repeat. Voldemort raised his wand. Shall we? Harry moved first that he didn't bother with his wand. Wands were too slow, too limiting. Instead, he channeled power directly through his body, Anasa's training taking over as he launched a blast of compressed force that should have flattened everything in a 30-foot radius. Voldemort deflected it casually. Impressive. Wandless magic at your age. The Dark Lord returned fire, a curse Harry didn't recognize, black and screaming with trapped souls. But you're still a child playing with forces you don't understand. Harry Dove, rolled, came up firing. Spells clashed in the air between them, light and dark, human and demon, raw power meeting terrible precision. The ground around them cratered. The air itself seemed to burn. You can't win this, Voldemort hissed, pressing his advantage. I have the Elder Wand. I have decades of experience. I have, a snake I'm about to kill. Misha struck from behind. She'd circled during the duel, using Harry's assault as cover, and now she lunged for Nagini with a basilisk fang in each hand. The serpent reared back, hissing. Voldemort spun and screamed, not a spell. Something older, darker. A wave of pure malevolent force that caught Misha mid-leap and hurled her backward. She hit the ground hard, rolling, and didn't get up. Misha. Harry lost focus. Just for a second, but a second was enough. Voldemort's curse caught him in the chest, and suddenly he was flying, crashing through a stand of trees, landing in a heap of shattered wood and torn cloth. Pain. Everywhere, pain. Harry tried to breathe and felt something wrong inside his chest, something broken. Get up, Anasa's voice echoed in his memory. You can hurt when the fight is over. Get up. He got up. Voldemort was striding toward him, triumph burning in his red eyes. Did you really think it would be that easy? That you could just walk up and strike me down? Had to try. Harry spat blood. Still trying. He raised his hand and called fire, not wizard fire. Not even demon fire. Something new, something born from his mother's protection and Anasa's training and 15 years of refusing to die. White flames edged with gold, burning with a heat that had nothing to do with temperature. Voldemort's shield shattered on contact. The Dark Lord stumbled back, actual surprise on his inhuman face. What? Harry pressed the attack. He couldn't maintain this level of power for long. He could already feel it burning through him, consuming reserves he didn't have. But he didn't need long. He just needed an opening. Voldemort retreated, casting frantically, and for the first time since Harry had known of his existence, the Dark Lord looked afraid. You should have stayed in your dimension, Harry said, advancing step by step. You should have forgotten about me, found another obsession, lived whatever twisted life you could manage. But you couldn't let go. Couldn't accept that somewhere out there was someone you couldn't control. You're nothing. A lucky child with borrowed power. I'm your ending, Tom. Harry gathered everything he had left. And I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. He released the fire that struck Voldemort dead center, and for a glorious instant, Harry thought it was over. The Dark Lord screamed, his robes igniting, his flesh burning, then darkness erupted from the ground beneath him, not Voldemort's darkness. Something else. Something other. Tendrils of absolute black that wrapped around the Dark Lord and pulled, dragging him down into a portal that opened like a wound in reality. No. Harry lunged forward, but he was too slow, too drained. Voldemort vanished into the void, and with him, Nagini. The battle ended almost immediately. Without their leader, the Death Eaters broke and ran. The giants wandered off in confusion. The Dementors fled before the combined patron uses of a dozen determined wizards. Within an hour, the grounds around Hogwarts were silent. Harry knelt beside Misha, who'd regained consciousness but couldn't stand. Her face was pale, her breathing shallow. How bad? Broken ribs. Probably internal bleeding. She managed a weak smile. I've had worse. You've had worse in the demon realm, where healers can rebuild you from scratch. Harry gathered her carefully in his arms. We need to get you to Madame Pomfrey. The portal, Misha whispered. Did you see what took him? I saw. It was the entity. The thing that's been feeding on his Horcruxes. Her hand gripped his arm with surprising strength. Harry, it didn't save him out of kindness. It took him because it needs him. Needs him for what? The gateway. The dimensional breach. Misha's violet eyes were urgent despite her injuries. Voldemort's soul is fractured. Unstable. The entity can use that instability as a key, force the barriers between dimensions to rupture. Then we find where he went. Stop the ritual before, you can't just find a dimensional breach point. They exist outside normal space. You need coordinates, anchor points. She trailed off, coughing. Don't talk. Save your strength. Harry stood, cradling her against his chest. We'll figure it out. We always do. He carried her toward the castle, through fields littered with the aftermath of battle. Students were emerging from the building, staring at the destruction with wide eyes. Professors were organizing healing efforts, counting casualties, trying to restore some sense of order. Dumbledore met him at the entrance. Harry. Misha. Thank Merlin you're. He stopped, taking in their condition. The Dark Lord? Gone. Not dead, something took him. Pulled him through a portal to, somewhere else. Dumbledore's expression shifted. The entity. Misha thinks it needs him to complete the dimensional breach. If we don't find them, then everything we've fought for becomes meaningless. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Get her to the hospital wing. Then meet me in my office. We need to plan our next move. Harry nodded and kept walking. The hospital wing was chaos, beds filled with the wounded, healers rushing between patients, the air thick with potions and pain. Harry found an empty bed and settled Misha onto it as gently as he could. Stay here. Where would I go? She tried to laugh and winced instead. Harry, whatever happens next. I'm glad I came with you. To this dimension. To this fight. Don't talk like that. Like what? Like it's ending. He brushed hair from her face, his hand trembling slightly. This isn't how our story ends, Misha. Not in a hospital bed after a battle we haven't finished winning. Then go finish it. Her fingers intertwined with his. But come back. Promise me. I promise. He squeezed her hand once, hard, and walked away before he could change his mind. Dumbledore's office was crowded with the War Council, Order members, professors, the surviving Aurors from Bones's contingent. Everyone looked exhausted, battered, but determined. The entity, Dumbledore began without preamble. What do we know? It's been manipulating Voldemort for months, maybe years. Harry stood at the edge of the group, too wired to sit. Feeding him information about dimensional magic, teaching him techniques he couldn't have discovered on his own. In exchange, it got access to his Horcruxes as anchors in our dimension. And now it's taken him physically, McGonagall said. To what end? To complete the breach. To open a permanent gateway between dimensions. Harry's voice was flat. If it succeeds, things will come through that make Voldemort look like a minor inconvenience. Things that have been waiting for centuries for exactly this opportunity. How do we stop it? We find where the ritual is happening and disrupt it. Destroy the remaining anchors, Nagini and the cup, before the gateway can stabilize. The cup is still in Gringotts, Hermione pointed out. Even with everything happening, breaking into, I'll handle Gringotts. Harry cut her off. The real problem is finding Voldemort. Without coordinates, we can't even begin to track where the entity took him. Perhaps I can help with that. Every head turned, standing in the doorway, looking impossibly out of place in his dark robes and casual menace, was Aenos Voldigoad. Father. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. You came. I felt the dimensional disturbance from across the void. Something is trying very hard to tear a hole between your world and mine. Aenos stepped into the room, ignoring the drawn wands and terrified faces. It would be rude not to investigate. The entity is an old acquaintance. We've clashed before, in other dimensions, other epochs. Aenos's expression was uncharacteristically serious. It calls itself the Void Sovereign. It exists in the spaces between realities, feeding on dimensional instability, growing stronger each time the barriers weaken. Can it be killed? Everything can be killed. But the Void Sovereign is ancient and cunning. It won't expose itself to danger unless absolutely necessary. Aenos moved to the window, looking out at the darkened grounds. Right now, it's using Voldemort as a battery, draining his fractured soul to power the breach ritual. When the gateway opens, it will discard him like an empty vessel and pour through with all the hungry things that serve it. Then we stop the ritual. To stop the ritual, you need to reach it. And the ritual is happening in the void between, a space outside normal reality, where physical laws are suggestions rather than rules. Aenos turned back to face them. Getting there requires dimensional travel of the kind humans cannot perform. But demons can. I can. Aenos nodded slowly. But Harry, if I take you into the void between, there's no guarantee I can bring you back. The Sovereign knows I'm coming. It will try to trap us, separate us, destroy us. And in that place, even my power has limits. I'm going anyway. I know. That's why I'm here. Aenos smiled, the old smile, sharp and proud. Whatever else happens, the Void Sovereign made a mistake when it reached into this dimension. It touched something that belongs to me. The Horcruxes. You. Aenos's red eyes met Harry's green ones. You're my son. My legacy. And no one, not dark wizards, not ancient entities, not the void itself, gets to take that from me. Harry felt his throat tighten. So what's the plan? We go to Gringotts. Destroy the cup. Remove the Sovereign's last anchor in this dimension. Aenos began tracing patterns in the air, those angular, harsh symbols that predated human civilization. Then we follow Voldemort into the void between and end this. Once and for all. And Nagini? The snake will be with Voldemort. We'll deal with them together. Aenos completed his pattern, and a shimmering portal appeared. Are you ready? Harry looked around the room, at Dumbledore's weathered face, McGonagall's fierce determination, Ron and Hermione's desperate hope. These people had become important to him over the past months. Not family, exactly, but something close. Allies. Friends, people worth protecting. I'm ready. He stepped through the portal, Anos at his side. Gringotts at night was different from Gringotts during business hours. The marble halls were empty, the goblin tellers absent from their posts. Security was heightened. Harry could feel wards pressing against him from every direction, ancient protections that made Hogwarts defenses look like tissue paper. The Lestrange vault is in the deepest level, Anos murmured. Heavily trapped. The goblins take their clients' security seriously. Can you get us through? I could destroy this entire building with a thought. But that would rather defeat the purpose. Anos gestured, and the wards shifted. Not broken, just redirected. Opening a path that hadn't existed moments before. This way. They descended, the tunnels grew darker as they went deeper, the cart tracks giving way to raw stone corridors that seemed to predate the bank itself. Dragons lurked in the shadows. Harry could hear their breathing, feel the heat of their fire. But they didn't attack. Something about Anos's presence made them hesitate. The goblins bound these creatures with pain, Anos said quietly. Train them to fear loud noises, to cower before clanging metal. It's cruel and it's effective. He glanced at Harry. Does it bother you? The suffering of monsters. They're not monsters. They're animals that were tortured into compliance. Harry thought about the Thestrals, the hippogriffs, all the magical creatures he'd learned about since arriving. This world has strange ideas about what deserves compassion. All worlds do. Demons are no different, we just have different blind spots. Anos stopped before a massive vault door, inscribed with warnings in a language Harry didn't recognize. Here. The Lestrange vault. Anos placed his palm against the metal, and Harry felt power surge, not a key or a spell, but pure force, reality bending to the Demon King's will. The door groaned, cracked, and swung open. Inside was a dragon's hoard of dark, gold and jewels and weapons that radiated malevolent energy. And resting on a shelf near the back, gleaming with innocent beauty, Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Don't touch anything else, Anos warned. The treasures here are cursed. Some of them quite creatively. Harry picked his way through the vault, avoiding the piles of gold, the scattered jewelry. The cup seemed to watch him approach, its polished surface reflecting his face back at him. Hello, Tom, Harry said quietly. One more piece of you to go. He pulled out his last basilisk fong and struck. The cup screamed, but weakly, almost resignedly. This Horcrux had been isolated for decades, cut off from its creator, slowly fading. Its death was more whimper than bang. For down. Harry dropped the destroyed artifact. One left. Then let's finish this. Anos raised his hand, and the air split open, not a normal portal, but something rougher, more violent. A tear in reality itself, edges crackling with unstable energy. The void between awaits. Harry took a breath. See you on the other side. He stepped through. The void between was nothing, literally nothing, an absence so profound that Harry's mind struggled to process it. No light, no dark, no up or down. Just emptiness. Infinite and absolute. Stay close. Anos's voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The void plays tricks on perception. If you lose your focus, you'll drift forever. Harry grabbed his father's arm and held on tight. They moved through the nothing, or perhaps the nothing moved around them. Harry couldn't tell the difference. Time passed, or didn't. Distance meant nothing here, and then, suddenly, there was something that a platform of sorts, floating in the void. On it stood Voldemort, suspended in a web of dark energy, his face twisted in agony. Around him, the air shimmered with partially formed shapes, things trying to push through from somewhere else, the gateway. Potter. The voice came from everywhere, deep, ancient, utterly alien. You should not have come. That's what everyone tells me. Harry stepped onto the platform, feeling solid ground beneath his feet for the first time since entering the void. And yet here I am. The Demon King cannot save you here. This is my domain. My territory. I have hunted in these spaces since before your ancestors crawled from the primordial ooze. You talk a lot for something so old. Harry raised his hand, and his mother's fire ignited, white and gold, burning even in a place where fire shouldn't exist. Let's see if you can back it up. The Void Sovereign manifested that it was wrong. There was no other word for it. A shape that existed in dimensions Harry's eyes couldn't process, angles that led nowhere, surfaces that seemed to fold into themselves. Looking at it hurt, but Harry forced himself to see anyway. Brave. Foolish, but brave. The Sovereign moved toward him, and reality rippled in its wake. I will enjoy consuming your soul. You'll have to get through me first. Anas stepped forward, and suddenly the platform was no longer empty, it was a battlefield, power clashing against power, light against dark against something that was neither. Go. Anas roared. Destroy the snake. Finish this. Harry ran, the web holding Voldemort pulsed with stolen life energy, but Nagini was coiled at its base, apparently unconscious. Harry didn't hesitate, he dove forward, basilisk fang ready, Voldemort's eyes snapped open. No. A blast of dark magic caught Harry in the side, spinning him away from the snake. He hit the ground hard, rolled, came up to find Voldemort free of the web and advancing. You think you can just end me? After everything I've survived? You're dying anyway. Harry circled, looking for an opening. Can't you feel it? The Sovereign is draining you dry. Once the gateway opens, you'll be nothing but an empty shell. Then I'll die destroying you. Some things are worth the sacrifice. They clashed, wandless magic against wand, hatred against determination. Behind them, Anas and the Void Sovereign tore chunks out of reality itself, their battle shaking the foundations of the platform. Voldemort was weaker than before. Harry could feel it, the Dark Lord's movements were slower, his magic less potent. The Sovereign had taken too much, but he was still dangerous. You could have been great, Potter. Voldemort's curse missed by inches. You have power I've never seen in a human. If you'd joined me instead of fighting me, I was raised by someone who actually conquered death. Why would I settle for your pale imitation? Harry pressed the attack, driving Voldemort back step by step. The platform shook beneath them. The half-formed shapes in the gateway grew more solid, they were running out of time. Nagini! Harry shouted, hoping Misha could somehow hear him, that someone could help. A blur of silver hair and violet light, Misha appeared from nowhere, injured but standing, a basilisk fang clutched in her hand. She must have followed them through the dimensional tear, must have dragged herself after them despite her wounds. She drove the fang into Nagini's head, the snake's death scream was echoed by Voldemort's, a cry of absolute agony as the last of his soul anchors was destroyed. The Dark Lord staggered, his magic faltering, and Harry struck, white fire, pure and absolute, channeled through everything he had left. It hit Voldemort square in the chest and burned, not just flesh, but soul. Everything that Tom Riddle had been, everything he'd twisted himself into, consumed in an instant. When the fire died, there was nothing left but ash. The gateway collapsed, without Voldemort's fractured soul to power it, without the Horcrux anchors to stabilize it, the dimensional breach simply folded in on itself. The half-formed shapes screamed soundlessly as they were pulled back to wherever they'd come from. The Void Sovereign roared with fury. This is not over. This is, yes. Anas's voice cut through the void like a blade. It is. He made a gesture Harry couldn't follow, and the Sovereign was simply gone. Not destroyed, Harry sensed, but banished. Hurled back into the deeper void, away from this dimension, for now. It will return eventually, Anas said, reading his expression. Entities like that don't die easily. But we've bought your world time. Decades, perhaps centuries. Is that enough? It's all anyone gets. Anas moved to where Misha had collapsed, lifting her gently. She needs a healer. A real one, not what passes for medicine in your world. The demon realm? Home. Anos looked at Harry, and something passed between them, gratitude, pride, love in whatever form demons experienced it. You did well, son. James and Lily would be proud. I know I am. Harry's throat closed up. Come on, he managed. Let's get out of here. Anos opened a portal, a real one this time, stable and bright, and they stepped through together. The void between faded behind them. The war was over. Chapter 7, Succession. 3 weeks after Voldemort's death, Harry stood on the edge of the astronomy tower and watched the sun rise over Hogwarts. The castle had recovered faster than anyone expected. Magic had a way of healing itself, McGonagall said, and ancient places like this carried memory of what they should be. The craters in the grounds had filled in. The shattered windows had reformed. Even the Whomping Willow, damaged in the battle, had sprouted new branches. Life went on. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. You're brooding again. He didn't turn around. He'd felt Misha approach, he always felt her now, a warmth at the edge of his consciousness that had nothing to do with magic. I'm thinking. There's a difference. The difference is that thinking involves occasionally moving your face. She came to stand beside him, her shoulder brushing his. She was still healing, demon medicine was miraculous, but even it had limits, but she insisted on walking without assistance. Stubbornness, Anos called it. Harry called it strength. What are you thinking about? What comes next? Ah. She was quiet for a moment. The ministry's been asking about that too. Bones sent another owl this morning. What did this one say? Same as the others. They want to give you a medal. Several medals, actually. The Order of Merlin, first class. A seat on the Wisengamot. Honorary Auror status. Misha's voice carried a hint of amusement. I think they're hoping if they give you enough titles, you'll feel obligated to stay. And if I don't? Then they'll probably panic. You're the boy who lived, the one who killed Voldemort, the hero of the wizarding world. Having you around makes them feel safe. She paused. Having you leave would mean admitting that safety was always an illusion. Harry finally turned to look at her. The morning light caught her silver hair, made her violet eyes glow. She was beautiful, and brave, and she'd nearly died following him into the void between dimensions. What do you want? He asked. What? Not what the ministry wants, or what Dumbledore wants, or what Anos expects. What do you want, Misha? She held his gaze for a long moment. I want to go home, she said quietly. Back to the demon realm. Back to Sasha, and the misfit class, and everything we left behind. Her hand found his, fingers intertwining. But I also want to be wherever you are. So I suppose the question is really what you want. Harry looked back at the sunrise. What did he want? For 15 years, he'd known exactly what he wanted, to grow strong enough to face the monster who killed his parents. To return to his birth world and settle the debt. To prove that Anos's faith in him wasn't misplaced, that he'd done all of that. Now he was standing in the wreckage of his old goals, trying to figure out what came after. I don't know, he admitted. Part of me wants to stay. There's work to do here, the ministry is corrupt, the wizarding world is stuck in the past, people like Umbridge still have power. I could make a difference. But this was never supposed to be my home. I came here to fight a war, not to build a life. Harry squeezed her hand. And the things I care about most aren't here. What things? You. Anos. The demon realm. The family I actually grew up with. He turned to face her fully. Misha, I've been thinking about this for weeks. Running through scenarios, weighing options, trying to find the right answer. And I keep coming back to the same conclusion. Which is? I don't belong here. The words hung in the air between them. I'm not saying I'll never come back, Harry continued. There are people here I care about. Ron, Hermione, Sirius, even Dumbledore in his way. But my life, my real life, is in the demon realm. That's where I grew up. That's where I became who I am. That's where," he trailed off. "That's where what?" "That's where you are." Misha's breath caught. "Harry, I know we've been dancing around this. Not talking about what we are to each other, what we could be. I think we were both waiting for the war to end, for things to settle down." He lifted her hand to his chest, pressing it against his heart. "Things have settled. The war is over. And I don't want to dance around it anymore." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I love you." The words came easier than he expected. "I've probably loved you for years, but I was too focused on the mission to recognize it. Too scared of what it would mean if I admitted it." He smiled slightly. "Demon realm combat training didn't exactly prepare me for this." Misha laughed, a sound that was half sob, half joy. "You idiot," she whispered. "I've been waiting for you to figure that out since you were 14. Better late than never." "Much better." She rose on her toes and kissed him. This kiss was different from the brief ones they'd shared before, longer, deeper, full of everything they'd been afraid to express. Harry pulled her close, feeling her warmth against him, and for a moment the world narrowed to just the two of them, standing on the edge of a tower, watching the sun rise on a new day. When they finally separated, both were breathing hard. "So," Misha said, her voice slightly unsteady. "Home. Home." The farewell party was held in the Great Hall. Harry hadn't wanted a big production, but Dumbledore insisted, and when Dumbledore insisted, resistance was generally futile. The house tables had been pushed aside to create a central space, filled with students and professors and order members who'd fought in the battle. A banner hung over the head table reading, "Thank you, Harry," in letters that kept changing colors. "This is embarrassing," Harry muttered to Ron. "This is brilliant." Ron was grinning ear to ear. "You're finally getting the recognition you deserve. Enjoy it." "I don't need recognition." "No, you need a good kick in the arse sometimes, but recognition is what you're getting." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Seriously, mate. You saved all our lives. Multiple times. Let people say thank you." Harry looked around the hall. Hermione was talking animatedly with Professor Flitwick about some obscure magical theory. Neville was being congratulated by a group of younger students who'd been in his training squad. Luna Lovegood was explaining to a thoroughly confused McGonagall why Nargles had actually been responsible for the victory, his people. His friends, that he was going to miss them. "Potter." Harry turned to find Draco Malfoy standing a few feet away, looking deeply uncomfortable. "Malfoy. I just wanted to say." Draco trailed off, his jaw working. "In the room of hidden things. When you let me walk away. You didn't have to do that." "No, I didn't. So, thanks. I guess." The word seemed to cause Draco physical pain. "My mother got out. My father didn't, he died in the battle, but my mother got out because I wasn't there fighting. Because you gave me a choice." Harry studied the other boy. Draco looked older than he had a few months ago, not physically, but something in his eyes. The arrogance had been beaten out of him, replaced by something more complicated. "What are you going to do now?" "I don't know. The Malfoy name is ruined. Our money's mostly seized. Everything my family built." Draco shook his head. "Starting over, I guess. Trying to be something other than what I was raised to be. That's harder than it sounds. Speaking from experience. More than you know." Harry held out his hand. "Good luck, Malfoy. Try not to be a complete arse in your next life." Draco stared at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, he took it. "You too, Potter. Try not to get killed by something ridiculous." "I'll do my best." They shook once and separated. Draco disappeared into the crowd, and Harry found himself alone again, or as alone as you could be in a room full of people who wanted to talk to you. Harry. Dumbledore approached, looking better than he had in months. The weight of the war had lifted from his shoulders, and something like peace had settled into his ancient face. Headmaster. I understand you've made a decision about your future. Word travels fast. I am the headmaster. Very little happens in this castle without my knowledge. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Though I admit, some things have surprised me recently. Your abilities, for instance. I had no idea wandless magic could be performed at such a level. I had a good teacher. The Demon King. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I confess, when he first took you, I thought it was the greatest tragedy of my life. The boy who lived, stolen away to another dimension, raised by creatures I couldn't comprehend. And now? Now I understand that tragedy and blessing can be the same thing, viewed from different angles. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You became something extraordinary, Harry. Not what I planned, not what anyone expected, but something better. A bridge between worlds. A force for good in places I could never reach. That sounds like a compliment. It is. The highest compliment I can give. Dumbledore's voice softened. I failed you, all those years ago. I've said it before, but I want to say it again, here, at the end. I failed you, and everything you've accomplished has been in spite of my failure, not because of my guidance. You're being too hard on yourself. Perhaps. Or perhaps I'm finally being honest. Dumbledore squeezed his shoulder. Go home, Harry. Live the life you were meant to live. And know that whatever happens, whatever challenges you face in the years to come, you will always have allies here. Thank you. Harry's voice came out rougher than he intended. For everything. Despite everything. Despite everything indeed. Dumbledore smiled. Now, I believe someone is trying to get your attention. Harry turned to find Sirius pushing through the crowd, his face alight with urgency. Harry. Come quick, there's something you need to see. The something turned out to be in Dumbledore's office. A pensive sat on the desk, filled with swirling silver memories. But these weren't Dumbledore's memories, the signature was different, older, carrying the weight of decades. These arrived this morning, Sirius explained. From the Potter family vault. Apparently they were set to release automatically when Voldemort died, some kind of contingency your parents set up. My parents? Lily and James. They left memories for you, Harry. Messages from before they died. Harry's heart stopped. He'd never known his birth parents except through fragments, photos, stories, the occasional flash through his Horcrux connection. The idea that they'd left something specifically for him, something he could actually see and hear. Do you want privacy? Sirius asked gently. No. Stay. Harry gripped the edge of the desk. I might need, just stay. He leaned forward and let the memories take him. The first memory was his father. James Potter sat in what looked like a study, surrounded by books and papers. He was young, barely older than Harry was now, but his face carried the weight of someone who knew the future held darkness. Harry, James said, looking directly at him. If you're seeing this, it means we didn't make it. Voldemort found us, and the protections failed, and, well. You're alive, though. That's what matters. He ran a hand through his messy hair, the same gesture Harry made when nervous. I don't know what to tell you. I've been sitting here for an hour, trying to figure out what a father says to a son he'll never get to know. Advice? Wisdom? Some brilliant insight that'll make your life easier. James laughed sadly. I don't have any of that. I'm 21 years old, and I'm terrified, and the only thing I know for certain is that I love you more than I've ever loved anything in my life. Harry felt tears building behind his eyes. Your mother's going to record her own message after this. She's better with words than I am, always has been. But I wanted you to know, from me, that whatever happens next, whatever kind of man you become, I'm proud of you. Not because of what you'll do or who you'll be. Just because you're my son. James leaned closer to the recording. Be brave, Harry. Not reckless, there's a difference, and it took me too long to learn it. But be brave when it matters. Stand up for people who can't stand up for themselves. Fight for what's right, even when it's hard. He smiled. And if you ever meet a girl who makes you feel like your heart's going to explode every time she walks into a room, don't wait too long to tell her. Trust me on that one. The memory faded. Harry wiped his eyes and leaned back into the pensive. The second memory was his mother. Lily Potter was beautiful, red hair, green eyes, a face that radiated intelligence and warmth. She sat in the same study, but where James had been nervous, she was calm. Determined. Hello, sweetheart. Her voice hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd heard fragments of it before, the moment of her death, replayed in nightmares and Dementor attacks. But this was different. This was Lily alive, speaking directly to him. Your father did his message first. I listened through the door. She smiled. He was rambling, wasn't he? He always rambles when he's emotional. Don't tell him I said that. Harry laughed despite himself. I know you probably have questions. About the war, about what happened, about why we had to leave you. The truth is, there isn't a good answer. We did everything we could to protect you, and it wasn't enough. I'm sorry for that. More sorry than you'll ever know. She took a breath. But I want you to understand something important. Whatever life you've lived, whoever raised you, whatever choices you've made, none of it changes what you are to us. You're our son. Our miracle. The best thing we ever did in our short, stupid, beautiful lives. Tears streamed down Harry's face now. He didn't try to stop them. I don't know who you'll become. I don't know what challenges you'll face or what victories you'll win. But I know you'll be extraordinary. Not because of any prophecy or destiny, because you're the child of two people who loved you so much they were willing to die for you. That kind of love leaves a mark, Harry. It shapes you in ways you might not even recognize. Lily leaned forward, her green eyes, his eyes, shining with emotion. Live fully. Love fiercely. Don't let fear or anger or regret stop you from being who you're meant to be. And when things get hard, because they will get hard, remember that somewhere, somehow, your parents are watching over you. Cheering you on. Believing in you. She pressed her hand against the memory's surface, as if trying to touch him through the decades. I love you, Harry. I always will. No matter where you go or what you become, you'll always be my son. The memory ended. Harry emerged from the pensive gasping. Sirius was there, steadying him, saying something Harry couldn't quite hear over the roaring in his ears. He gripped the desk and let the sobs come, ugly, raw, 15 years of grief pouring out of him in a rush that couldn't be stopped. That he cried for James and Lily, who he'd never known. That he cried for the childhood he'd lost, the future they'd never shared. That he cried for himself, for the boy who'd been abandoned on a doorstep, who'd been raised by demons, who'd grown up believing he had to be strong enough to face everything alone. And when he was done, when the tears finally stopped, he felt something he hadn't expected, peace. They loved me, he whispered. More than anything, Sirius agreed. More than life itself. I always knew it, intellectually. Anos told me, Dumbledore told me, everyone said they were heroes who died protecting me. But I never felt it. Never let myself feel it. Harry straightened, wiping his face. I was so focused on the mission. On being strong, on being worthy, on living up to what everyone expected. I didn't have time for grief. And now? Now I'm allowed to miss them. Harry looked at the pensive, at the swirling memories of parents he'd never known. It hurts. But it's a good hurt. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. Sirius pulled him into a hug, awkward, unpracticed, but genuine. They'd be proud of you, Harry. They are proud of you. Whatever comes next, don't ever doubt that. Harry hugged him back. Thank you. For being here. For telling me about them. That's what godfathers are for. Sirius released him, stepping back. So. When do you leave? Tomorrow morning. Anos is opening a gate at dawn. Will you come back? Yes. Harry said it without hesitation. Not to stay, but to visit. This world is part of me now, the people, the history, everything I learned here. I'm not going to abandon that. Good. Sirius smiled, and for a moment he looked almost young again. I'll hold you to that. If you go more than a year without visiting, I'm learning dimensional travel myself. That's a terrifying thought. I'm a terrifying person. They laughed together, and something settled between them. Not the relationship they might have had, if things had gone differently. But something real. Something worth keeping. The gate opened at dawn. Harry stood on the grounds of Hogwarts, surrounded by everyone who'd come to see him off. Ron and Hermione were there, trying not to cry. Dumbledore and McGonagall stood with the professors. Sirius and the Order members had gathered in a loose cluster. Even some of the students had woken early to watch. Ready? Anos asked. Almost. Harry turned to face the crowd. He'd never been good at speeches. Anos's training hadn't covered public speaking, but he had to say something. These people deserved that much. I'm not good at goodbyes, he began. I spent most of my life learning how to fight things, not how to leave them. So I'm going to keep this short. He looked at Ron and Hermione. You two were the first real friends I made in this world. You trusted me when you had no reason to, stood by me when it would have been easier to walk away. That means more than I can say. He looked at Dumbledore. You made mistakes. So did I. But in the end, we fought on the same side, and that's what matters. Keep pushing this world to be better. It needs someone who believes in its potential. He looked at Sirius. Tell me more stories. About my parents, about the old days, about everything I missed. I want to know it all. He looked at the gathered crowd. And to everyone else, thank you. For giving me a chance. For seeing past the rumors and the fear and the newspaper headlines. For treating me like a person instead of a symbol. He took a breath. The wizarding world has problems. Corruption, prejudice, a ministry that can't see past its own politics. But it also has good people. Brave people. People who are willing to fight for what's right. He smiled. That's worth protecting. That's worth coming back for. He turned to Misha, who was waiting beside the gate. Ready? With you? Always. They walked toward the portal together. Harry paused at the threshold, looking back one last time. The sun was rising over Hogwarts, painting the castle gold and pink and orange. The lake sparkled. The forest rustled with hidden life. It was beautiful, it had always been beautiful, but it wasn't home. Home was waiting on the other side. Goodbye, Harry said quietly. For now. He stepped through. The demon realm welcomed him back like a returning hero, the misfit class through a celebration that lasted 3 days. Sasha pretended to be annoyed while secretly being relieved. The Royal Council demanded a full report on interdimensional politics. Anos quietly arranged for Harry's old room to be restored exactly as he'd left it, but the best part was simpler than any of that. On the third night, Harry sat on the balcony of Anos's castle, looking out at the strange, dark sky of his adopted home. Misha sat beside him, her head resting on his shoulder, her breathing slow and peaceful. What are you thinking about? She murmured. The future. What about it? I used to think I knew exactly what it would look like. Train with Anos, get stronger, go back to kill Voldemort, and then. I never really thought about what came after. He shifted to face her. Now I have a whole life ahead of me, and I have no idea what to do with it. Is that scary? A little. But mostly it's. He searched for the word. Exciting. I can do anything. Be anything. For the first time in my life, I'm not working towards someone else's goal or fighting someone else's war. I get to decide what matters to me. And what does matter to you? Harry thought about it. Really thought, in a way he rarely allowed himself to do. You, he said finally. Anos. The family I found here. The friends I made in the other world. He reached out, tucking a strand of silver hair behind her ear. I want to protect the people I love. I want to learn everything I can about magic, both kinds, human and demon. I want to explore, and grow, and see what kind of person I become when I'm not defined by prophecy or trauma. That sounds like a good life. It could be. He met her eyes. It would be better with you in it. Misha's smile lit up the darkness. Are you asking me something, Harry Potter Voldigoad? I'm asking if you'll stay. Not just for now, for everything. Whatever comes next, whatever challenges we face, whatever adventures we stumble into. He took her hand. Will you stay with me? I've been staying with you since you were a baby in a basket, she reminded him. I'm not about to stop now. Is that a yes? That's an obviously. She pulled him close and kissed him. Now stop asking stupid questions and enjoy the moment. Harry laughed against her lips. For the first time in 15 years, he wasn't preparing for battle. He wasn't training for war. He wasn't carrying the weight of prophecy or expectation or the ghosts of parents he'd never known. That he was just happy. That it was a strange feeling. Unfamiliar. A little bit scary, but he was pretty sure he could get used to it. Epilogue 5 years later, Harry stood on the same doorstep where he'd been abandoned as a child. Number 4 Privet Drive hadn't changed much. The lawn was still perfectly manicured, the cars still sat in the driveway, the house still radiated the same stifling normalcy that had driven Petunia Dursley to reject magic in all its forms. That he knocked, the door opened to reveal a woman he barely recognized. Petunia was older now, gray streaking her hair, lines carved deep around her mouth. Her eyes widened when she saw him. You. Me. Harry kept his voice neutral. Hello, Aunt Petunia. What are you doing here? What do you want? I wanted to tell you something. He glanced past her at the hallway, the same hallway where she'd slammed the door on a baby, all those years ago. I'm not angry anymore. Petunia's face shifted through confusion, suspicion, and something that might have been shame. I spent a long time hating you, Harry continued. Both of you, actually, you and Vernon. I imagined all sorts of revenge, all sorts of ways to make you pay for what you did. But somewhere along the way, I realized something. What? You did me a favor. Silence. If you'd taken me in, I would have grown up in this house. In this neighborhood. With people who hated what I was and tried to stamp it out of me. Harry shook his head. Instead, I got raised by someone who loved me. Who taught me to be strong. Who gave me a family I'm actually proud of. The demons. Petunia's voice was barely a whisper. The newspaper said, the newspapers got it wrong. They usually do. Harry stepped back from the doorstep. I'm not here to threaten you or make demands. I just wanted you to know, I'm happy. Despite everything, despite what you did, I found my way to a good life. And I hope, someday, you find a way to be happy too. He turned and walked away. Behind him, Petunia Dursley stood in her doorway, watching him go, and for the first time in her life, she genuinely wondered if she'd made a mistake. That in another dimension, in a castle of black stone, Harry Potter Voldigoad returned home to find his family waiting. Misha, now his wife, with her silver hair and violet eyes and smile that still made his heart skip. Anos, eternal and unchanging, still teaching him new techniques and complaining about dimensional politics. Sasha, who'd become something like a sister, always ready with criticism and support in equal measure, and in Misha's arms, sleeping peacefully, a baby with black hair and green eyes. "She has your mother's eyes," Misha said softly. "She has your smile." Harry leaned down to kiss them both. "How long was I gone?" 3 hours. Your daughter was starting to get impatient. She's a week old. She doesn't have patience yet. She's your daughter. She'll never have patience." Harry laughed and gathered his family close. Outside the castle, the demon realm stretched to the horizon, dark and strange and full of wonders he'd spent 20 years exploring. Beyond that, through the barriers between dimensions, the wizarding world continued its slow, stumbling progress towards something better. 2 worlds. 2 families. 2 lives, woven together into something neither could have become alone. Harry had once asked Anos what power was for, now he knew, power was for protecting the people you loved. For building something worth preserving. For standing between the darkness and everything that mattered. He'd learned that lesson in 2 worlds, from 2 fathers, across 2 lifetimes, and he'd spend the rest of his days passing it on.